Test, 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 mic test. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hi everyone, this is Jeff Queen. I'm a four-time World Championship snare drummer and an original cast member of the Broadway show Blast. Gilbert Garcia asked me to put a little video together explaining what percussion means to me. And I've got to say, playing drums, playing music is pretty much everything to me. I would not be where I am today in my life if it wasn't for my love for drums and percussion. Started playing drums when I was about 10, got into marching band when I was 14, got into drum corps when I was 16, and to this day, I'm still involved in the activity as a consultant or as a teacher, and still have a passion for playing drums. So everybody that's in my life that's not my blood family is a result of really being involved in drum corps or being involved in music. I met some amazing people along the way, some friends that I still hold dear to my heart in this day. My wife I met because of doing drum corps and performing. And like I said, pretty much everybody and almost everything that I have in my life is a result of my passion for playing drums. So I share this with you because regardless of what you want to do in your life, you're embarking on a journey by playing percussion, playing music that can stay with you for the rest of your life, and you can make a lot of great friends in the process. So what's cool is that everybody's like-minded. Everybody wants to play. Everybody's into the music, so you can share a lot through playing drums and playing music. So I urge you to stick with it. I urge you to take advantage of the events that are around you, like the Valley Percussion Festival. And I urge you to be curious and to continue to learn about the craft of music and playing drums. Best of luck to you, and happy drumming.
Hi everyone, Michael Burritt here, President of the Percussive Arts Society. Wanting to congratulate everyone involved in the Valley Percussion Festival on their efforts of putting such a great event together. I certainly also want to applaud the efforts of Gilbert Garcia in leading this cause and anyone that was involved in organizing this great opportunity for people to participate and come together. It's certainly been a difficult year for all of us, and any event that brings community together in percussion, I think, is fantastic. So thanks for doing this, and I hope someday I can come down there and be a part of it in person. And further, I really hope that I can see many of you at PASIC 21 in November in Indianapolis. We're planning a really exciting convention with some fantastic artists and educational events that I would love to see people at. And I think would love to see all of us, the great friends we have in our community, come together after not being together for so long. Further, I just want to wish all of you a really healthy and happy spring and summer. I hope you have a robust time with family and friends, and that it brings us into a really great new place in the fall. So take care, everybody, and hope to see you soon. Cheers from Rochester, New York.
Hi, my name is Robert Boteo, and I wanted to give a shout out to the Valley Percussion Festival, formerly known as the Valley Day of Percussion. It's an honor for me to talk to you about the history of this event. I started this event in the 1990s, and the reason why I started is because I was a percussion teacher, and I took all of my percussionists from high school to junior high to beginners. I took them all on a bus. And we went up to Austin, Texas, and I went to go visit my former teacher, George Frock, at the University of Texas. They were having a Texas PAS Day of Percussion. And at that Day of Percussion, there was people like Tom Ongst, Michael Burritt, Lamar Burkhalter, and Greg Mizonet, just to name a few. My kids had a great time, and it was awesome that my boss, Arturo Valdez, was able to invest in my kids to go up there and see this event. My kids got so much from it. They were so excited. So on the way back home, I started thinking to myself, why can't I bring an event like this to the Rio Grande Valley in South Texas? So thus, the Day of Percussion was born, and we've had the best percussionists in the world. I think we've affected thousands of students and teachers, and they've seen just awesome events. Now, this event would not be possible without the support of all the band directors in the Rio Grande Valley and in South Texas. And it would not be possible without Jim Melhart and Melhart's Music Center. It wouldn't be possible for somebody that motivating me to do this like Lauren Vogel Weiss. But with all these teachers and band directors helping me, it has come to the event that it is today. And I'm so happy that Gilbert Garcia is handling this tradition, and now we're bringing this event to the world. Again, a great shout out. Keep it up. And one more thing I want to say is it's so awesome that we can have a percussion hang and keep percussion strong even in the midst of a world pandemic. Keep it going, guys. Take care. Hi, my name is Robert Boteo, and I want to give a shout out to the Valley Percussion Festival, formerly known as the Valley Day of Percussion. It's an honor for me to talk to you about the history of this event. I started this event in the 1990s, and the reason why I started is because I was a percussion teacher, and I took all of my percussionists from high school to junior high to beginners. I took them all on a bus. And we went up to Austin, Texas, and I went to go visit my former teacher, George Frock, at the University of Texas. They were having a Texas PAS Day of Percussion. And at that Day of Percussion, there was people like Tom Ongst, Michael Burritt, Lamar Burkhalter, and Greg Mizanet, just to name a few. My kids had a great time, and it was awesome that my boss, Arturo Valdez, was able to invest in my kids to go up there and see this event. My kids got so much from it, they were so excited. So on the way back home, I started thinking to myself, why can't I bring an event like this to the Rio Grande Valley in South Texas? So thus, the Day of Percussion was born, and we've had the best percussionists in the world. I think we've affected thousands of students and teachers, and they've seen just awesome events. Now, this event would not be possible without the support of all the band directors in the Rio Grande Valley and in South Texas. And it would not be possible without Jim Melhart and Melhart's Music Center. It wouldn't be possible for somebody that motivating me to do this like Lauren Vogel Weiss. But with all these teachers and band directors helping me, it has come to the event that it is today. And I'm so happy that Gilbert Garcia is handling this tradition, and now we're bringing this event to the world. Again, a great shout out. Keep it up. And one more thing I want to say is it's so awesome that we can have a percussion hang and keep percussion strong even in the midst of a world pandemic. Keep it going, guys. Take care.
There you heard it, guys. Straight from the man himself, Robert Boteo, the unsung hero of Valley Percussion Festival. He is the gentleman, guys, that started this event 30 years ago. So much passion in that gentleman. So much. Sometimes when I hang out with him, we might be. And I'm sharing this so that you can see where this event comes from, okay? Where it's originating from. Sometimes when him and I are hanging out and we're driving, probably like in a car, and he'll turn on some music, and he'll just instantly go into the zone, and he'll go, man, can you hear that? And it's just so evident to me when he does that, the passion that he has for music. And it's inspiring. It's inspiring to me. And it tells me, like, no wonder he's, had the ability to do this festival. And it great guy to be around. Great guy to be around. Robert Wateo. Um, Switching gears, guys. Now, what an event! What an event! What an event we have today. We're gonna start off with Mark Ramirez on drum set, how to improvise. Corey Duran from UT Commerce has an amazing snare drum clinic. Amazing snare drum clinic. Pete Lockett, he'll be teaching us some hand drumming. This is a morning session. Tim Jennis, hashtag Gazerk. Timpani Fundamentals 101. Wow, from Tim Jennis. And then we have Ron Schermerhorn teaching us some how to thrive in a percussion ensemble, in a percussion section within the wind or concert ensemble. Then we're going to have some performances by the STC Percussion Studio. Then we're going to have another performance by the UT Austin Percussion Studio. And the morning is going to be closed with Seven Antonopoulos. Guys, this gentleman's showmanship is off the charts. Off the charts. You are going to enjoy it. You are going to be entertained. You are going to be educated on showmanship, and the perfect gentleman to do it, to teach us how to enhance our performance. Well, guys, without any more chit chat from me, let's get this started.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2021 Valley Percussion Festival. My name is Mark Ramirez, and I'm professor and area coordinator for percussion at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Before I begin my clinic, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to two individuals who have committed their time and their efforts to not only facilitating this event, but for founding this event. So first, Gilbert Garcia, thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for putting together such an incredible event that has included a stellar list of artists over the last 2 weeks. Without your efforts, we would not be experiencing this. Second, I'd like to thank Robert Boteo, who is the founder of this event and someone who actually I looked up to as a kid. I had the opportunity to study with Robert on a few occasions, and I really valued his opinion and his perspective. So thank you for creating this event. Thank you for always extending an invitation to me, and I hope my clinic in return can do the same for anyone who's watching. So before we begin and get into the nuts and bolts of my clinic, I'd like to share with you a performance from my duo who's called Ikan y Paco. Hope you enjoy the performance, and following that, we'll start breaking everything down. So hope you're ready. Grab your cafecito. Let's go. What is one of the most underutilized tools in developing the language of improvisation on drum set or as a percussionist? If you said listening, that's a bingo. The most significant components to developing as an improviser is to listen to a prolific amount of music, whether it's live or recorded, and to give yourself opportunities to create with others. Play along, imitation, transcription, and analytical study should follow, but it should never precede the exercise of listening. So what should I listen to, and how should I go about developing my ears? That's a great question, and I thought you would never ask. Regardless of where you find yourself in the developmental process, it is important to return to and begin exploring the roots fundamental to the development and evolution of drum set as an instrument and other instrument configurations employed as percussionists. The drummers on these lists hold a very special place in my development and really span 3/4 of the 20th century, and they include drummers such as Warren Baby Dodds, Chick Webb, Papa Joe Jones, Big Sid Catlett, Max Roach, Philly Joe Jones, Jimmy Cobb, Art Blakey, Elvin Jones, and Tony Williams. Now on to part 2, developing the art of improvisation. We're going to focus on developing voicings on the instrument, creating motifs, and developing rhythmic and phrasing structures. Key area number 1. How do we define a voicing? A voicing is the way in which one organizes, distributes, and/or creates space for sound to be made and for it to evolve. Let's revisit the first performance shared at the beginning of this session and break down some ways in which I organized, distributed, and created space for sound to be made and to evolve. On to key area number 2. What is a motif? A motif is a dominant design or a pattern that is a subdivision of a larger theme and can be simultaneously developed. Now let's shift our ears over to a definite pitch instrument in the vibraphone and listen to a complete improvisational performance. Key area number 3, where arithmetic and sensory experience coexist. How do we define rhythm? Rhythm is a pattern and or an organization of movement and sound. How do we define phrasing? Phrasing is the act of organizing ideas in a particular way. The drum solo at the beginning of this improvisation explores the layering of phrases. What does this mean? Ending a phrase on a weaker beat of the cycle, creating an angular structure by beginning a new phrase before the preceding phrase has ended, or vice versa by extending the phrase. If we listen to the performance and look at the transcription, we will get more insight and understanding of this structural technique. These type of phrasing ideas help create depth and complexity, but require an understanding of how beat structure fits within any pre-arranged song forms. While this performance example was considered an open form, the music narrative I created in the solo flowed very much like a conversation. At a minimum, I tried to incorporate a subject, which is a motif, a verb, which would be my voicings, and an object, which is embodied in rhythmic and phrasing structures. Before I conclude my clinic, I'd like to thank everybody for logging in and checking out my session. If you have any questions about some of the concepts I've discussed throughout this clinic, please feel free to reach out to me. You can reach out to me at mark.ramirez@utrgv.edu. And I'll be more than happy to either reply via email or set up a Zoom session so that we can perhaps dive a little deeper into conversation about some of these ideas. I'd also like to, again, extend a very heartfelt thanks to Gilbert Garcia for his awesome work, and to Robert Boteo, who again is the founder of this festival. I can't thank you enough, and looking forward to continuing to see this festival grow and continuing to make an impact not only here in our local communities, but hopefully beyond. So I hope you all enjoy the rest of the sessions today. Make sure you tune in. We're going to have some incredible artists presenting. One of my personal favorites, Steve Gadd, is on the list, so make sure you tune in and check it out. So thanks again. Keep drumming, keep living, and be at peace.
Hello, my name is Dr. Brian Zader. I'm the Director of Percussion at Texas A&M University of Commerce. I am so excited to introduce our Assistant Director of Percussion, Corey Doran, that's going to give an amazing clinic on snare drum and the methodology of learning etudes. Please enjoy his great playing, his ideas, his concepts, all of which will help you and your students. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Corey Doran. I'm the Assistant Director of Percussion at Texas A&M University Commerce and the Front Ensemble Coordinator for the Phantom Regiment Drum and Bugle Corps. I'm here to talk about how to break down a solo and ensemble snare drum etude or solo in the most efficient way possible. What I'm going to talk about today is my process and the process that I teach my students of how to effectively break down the piece to make sure it's practiced efficiently, prepared effectively, and with a good sense of mastery when we go to perform. Today I'll be using an etude out of a new etude book called Etude, but it's the letter A, and then it's a play on the word. It's the letter A and then tude, and it's by Caleb Pickering. He's an alumni of Texas A&M University Commerce and a dear friend of mine, so I'm happy to play a piece out of his etude book, and you can find that book on the bottom of the screen at the website that you see here. I will also post it in the chat on this day of the clinic. Today I'll be doing the fourth etude out of the book, D-tude. And the reason I chose this etude, it has a lot of really interesting hand speed changes, and it felt good to take an etude and learn it and break it down in the process. For your information, I started learning this last Monday, and I'm recording this on Tuesday, the 18th. I wanted to give myself a week to really enforce the process that I'm telling you that I use. So I started reading through it and went through this process on Monday and finalized my performance yesterday. So I'm talking through it today and going through that process that I go through in a week. And again, what I talk through my students with in any lesson during a week when we talk about learning an etude in a week or a chunk of a piece in a week. So I'd like to perform this for you first and do a full run through. And then we're going to unpack the etude and break it down. Please enjoy D-tude by Caleb Pickering. Okay, so on your screen, you should have a version of the etude unmarked up by me. So this is the original etude. And this is how we start out, fresh, nothing written on it, just this is the etude. My goal by the end is to pretty much have so much scribble on it that all I'm reading are my stickings, my notes, my arrows, my phrase markings. And it's very important that anytime you sit down to start a practice session at any point in the process, that you've got your metronome, you've got a pencil, you've got your music, that you're reading as a hard copy. I know a lot of us have iPads and phones. The iPad thing, if it's like a big iPad, that works. But I really discourage reading music off of a phone. But if you can have a hard copy or something on an iPod Pro or something like that, that's easier to read that way. Just so, again, as you're reading through it, you're taking your notes. It's important that you have notes in your words that you're writing in that are unique to you. Because you can go into a lesson and we can tell you what to write in all we want. We can tell you the things as instructors that we think are important that you should do. And I guess that's kind of what I'm doing right now. But the biggest thing I'm telling you should do is go write the notes for yourself. And then take them into your lesson and improve upon them. But again, the biggest part is that you create a dialogue with yourself while you're playing the etude that is in your words, that are important to you, that read well to you because you've written them down. All right, so let's take this etude and let's start to comb through it and break it down in the process that I take. The biggest thing that I do first, I do a nice slow initial read through. I want to get a sense of where this piece is going, where it's starting, where do I end up, what's the performance tempo that's marked, and what do I think I'm going to get through it. What are the skill sets that are going to be demanded of me? And we're going to go through that here in a second. And then again, as a sense of the overall piece, is it kind of an ABA? Is there an arc to it? Are there multiple arcs? Where do I feel like those arrival points are? Is it starting loud, ending and going low and coming back up? And we start in low, coming up. So we got to really figure out what the big picture is there. And then I can really start to we go macro to micro and then back out to macro. So that's where we're going to start. We're going to start with a big read, kind of figure out what the piece is. Okay, so what we're going to do now, I'm going to kind of do like an Instagram Live kind of thing as a practice session and take you through the skill sets that I think are important that I dug in for myself and created exercises for, applied to the etude, and then performed the whole thing. So the first thing I'm going to do is make sure I have my metronome, and then I'm going to reference my tempos for a couple different things. One, hand speed. What's the demand on my hand speed eventually down the road when I'm going to perform it? So at 152, what is that hand speed at 16th notes alternated? What's the hand speed at triplets alternated? What's the hand speed at triplets and 16ths singled, maybe? Should I be asked to do that? Another is my rudiments. At these tempos, can I play my rudiments, all 40 at 152? Even though I've only got a few here that we'll dig into, but can you play your rudiments? Okay, the rudiments we're digging through are going to be listed here on your screen. So for the rudiments, we're going to be dealing with what I call the stutter. That's going to be the main motive here, that singled three, dig-it-da. So it's kind of a higher, it's not really a rudiment, but it's a hand speed thing that you should have in control. We have the 4-stroke rough, a drag, a flam, a 17-stroke roll, a 9-stroke roll, an 8-stroke roll, 13-stroke roll, a flam tap, and then finally a paradiddle-diddle. Some other considerations that I'm going to check off my list are what are my dynamics that are being asked of me, and what are the articulations being asked of me. So I want to figure out what my floor and my ceiling dynamics are going to be. And in this etude, I've got pianissimo as my floor, as the lowest, and I have forte as my highest. I don't have a fortissimo. I have an accented forte, and I have a forte with a marcato accent, okay? And I want to make sure that my accent, my regular accent, and my marcato accent, housetop, marcato, have a different articulation quality, a different sound quality. I want to make sure I differentiate between those. I also have a tenuto marking, and in Caleb's book, he outlines what his approach is for his articulations. And a tenuto in a snare drum solo is not going to be what it is for a wind player. We are going to use it as kind of a weighted note. It's an accented note with weight, but it's not a full accent. It's kind of a half accent. So it's a weighted note there. So my accents, marcato, and I don't have any staccatos, so the differentiation between accent and the marcato accent are going to be some considerations that I want to take into. And so along with articulations, I want to make sure I'm referencing that floor and ceiling dynamics. And going through the piece as I comb through, is every dynamic treated the same? Is every forte the same? Is every mezzo forte the same? Is every piano the same? Mezzo piano, all those. In my eyes, no, they are not treated the same, depending on where they are in the phrase. Is the forte an arrival point? Is it a beginning point? Is it a midway? Where does that forte dynamic sit? Is the piano dynamic halfway through the phrase? Is it an arrival point? Is there any kind of shaping within piano that I want to do? Within the dynamics, we've got the floor, we've got the ceiling, pianissimo to forte. We need to think about dynamics as a box, that every single dynamic has a plus and minus that we can work within, so that a dynamic doesn't always become a height. I use height definition when I'm teaching marching band for the uniformity aspect. And we can use heights as a reference of where to kind of start, but I don't play mezzo piano at 3 inches every single time. So it's a reference to start mezzo piano there, but in this giant hall, maybe mezzo piano is more like 1 inch, piano is half an inch, pianissimo is all the way out here at that ½ inch. So again, those relative dynamics, but then within piano, I have a plus and a minus. So maybe my piano is here. I don't quite get to mezzo piano. I don't quite get all the way down to pianissimo. I have a little bit of room to push a phrase within piano. So as you're going through this, not every forte is 9 inches, and not every forte is forte loud. Forte can be relative to where it is in the phrase, and you need to make those decisions as you go through to figure out how you're using that dynamic to affect the phrase. After I've gone through and listed all the skill sets that are going to be asked of me, I start to create exercises, things that I feel like are challenging at the performance tempo, and I may have already created exercises for, or I'm just going to use them as a daily warm-up. And that's something that I really want to emphasize, is that you're not just diving right into the etude, that you have a system for yourself that is tailored to yourself, to your hands and your skills, a system of an exercise or a group of exercises that maybe starts differently every day. I don't always start with 8 on a hand. I don't always start with flams. I don't always start with diddles, but I do start with something every day, and sometimes it changes every day. So again, with this etude, I started with a couple different exercises for myself every single day. And if I didn't get a chance to get on the drum and play the etude, I played these exercises on a pad. I made sure that my hands were moving in the skill sets within the etude. Because really, if you think about it, once you've read the etude, you can read all the rhythms. Now you're training your brain and your muscles to do it in that sequence at that speed. You really just need to rely on the tools that you have on hand. And if you don't have the tools trained at the performance tempo, then you're going to have a hard time, because you're going to be learning those skill sets while you're learning the etude. And that actually increases the length of time once you start and where that end point is. So if you want to learn it in a week, do you have the skills on hand to do it? So really you're just spending that week learning how to get through that at the speed, at the reading speed that you need to. If you're learning some of these skill sets at the performance summit, that's going to increase that trajectory from where you start to where you end. Okay, so again, that's why creating an exercise for yourself with rudiments is going to be really important. 2 of the exercises I'm going to take you through that I did are some simple things that you probably do on your own, that I want to tell you that everybody still does it when you get older, and every musician should probably have these simple exercises that you look forward to doing every day. I look forward to moving my hands every day. And the way I do it to music. I love the metronome to keep me focused in the etude. When I'm padded, man, I want to jam. So I take myself through some music. So the first exercise we're going to do, I'm going to take us through my 8 on a hand. Kind of, it's impromptu. It's not constructed to one hand or the other. I'm really just like, I'm using the exercise to feel where my hands are in that given point of the day. If it's early, I may spend longer times on each hand. If it's later in the day, my hands have already kind of been moving, I'm warmed up already, I may take some time and do some faster skill sets more quickly. The one we're going to do today, this 8 on a hand, is basically an 8 on a hand. I like to switch on the upbeats. And then I'm going to add the 16th notes to make sure that I'm exercising not just the 8 on a hand by itself, but really the coordination between the hands.
You don't gotta go nowhere at all. If anybody asks you, I'm taking. If anybody wants to know, he's too. If anybody asks you, I'm taking. If anybody wants to know,
the next exercise that I want to take us through is one that I use to develop four-stroke roughs. This is a breakdown that I saw a long time ago from an instructor that takes the skeleton of the four-stroke rough and breaks it down from one hand, adding one note, adding two notes, and exercising in between those skill sets. Again, doing it with music to make sure that I can practice longer because I'm jamming to that tune. But also it gives me something to give it groove. I don't want to just break it down and have it be math all the time. It needs to be math at some point. Rhythm needs to be math, but I need to be able to use it in context. So as soon as I'm able to get that hand speed mathematically correct, I put it to music and start to develop that in a phrase, and I start to use it with the music. How can I use this four-stroke rough in the music while I'm developing this hand speed and creating music to it? I'm just using one rudiment, but I can break it down and play it with music and create a phrase. That's the whole point anyway, is to get these tools to be usable musical tools.
I wasn't after forever, just for whatever. I was one of the dark hearts, but that they never truly be open. But this is an explosion of star-crossed and blood-rushed and head-tossed and cheeks flushed and weeks lost. I wasn't looking for you. I said I never felt my heart like this. She said I never felt my body. I always thought the point of love was just to keep from falling into the deep blue, the deep blue. Falling into the deep blue, the deep blue.
So let's take a couple of these small chunks in this etude, and I'm going to work through them as if I were going to practice them with you. I'm going to go a little bit under tempo and just kind of show you how I work through each of these skill sets and piece them together and really get into my mind how I'm going to push through each measure, each small phrase, each large phrase, how I'm pacing things into a larger phrase, and then finally into the entire piece. So I'm going to start, let's go at 146. And really, I'm going to take a couple of these skill sets. So I've got the what I call the stutters right there in the first measure. And I need to make sure that I've got the four-stroke rough. I've got a long roll, a 15 or 17-stroke roll, and then some just various hand speed changes that are very quick. So honestly, I'm going to go through and I'm going to take that first measure and I'm going to see what does that stutter feel like at 146 with the accents, no crescendo. Mind you, I'm trying to keep that digga-dat, 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 da. I'm not trying to round it out so it turns into, it's not a 9-lit, okay? So those are 16th notes. My hand's going, I got to hear that quartet note triplet. And digga-dat, 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 da. Digga-dat, 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 da. Digga-dat, 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 da. Okay, I'm tapping my foot the whole time, so I feel that quarter note. I'm with the met. Okay, now let's try the crescendo. I'm only going for mezzo forte, so I don't need to go all the way down, and I don't need to push all the way out to the edge. And I also need to underplay that down because there's not an accent. We're leading to beat 2. That's kind of a theme in this piece, and as we read through in the beginning, we should note that a lot of these cadence points end up on beat 2. So I'm going to make sure I lay into beat 2 in that first measure. Let's keep going. And then, and it starts to bring some character life when you start to see different accents. Is every accent treated the same? I don't think so. I think beat 4, because it has the ornament, it feels a little bit more important. Da, 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 da. Right? So it has a little more importance. And then again, we're leading to beat 2. then 3 leads us into 4. So we really have to take into consideration, first of all, what's the composer's intent with every single marking. Every accent and every flam and every drag are not treated equally. They're ornaments to those specific beats, and the composer wants to mark those beats. So we, the performer, have to interpret that and say, what am I going to do with that expressively? What am I going to do with that to push the phrase forward? Okay, so we keep going into the next phrase. What I love about bar 2 to 3 is that challenge of going between the triplet rhythm into the dotted 8/16. And I think this is a big challenge for us to make sure that we communicate. Anytime I'm going from a triplet phrase to a dotted 8/16, I always take that dotted 8/16 and I like to squeeze that to the next beat as much as I can. So if we're really thinking digga-digga-da, I'm probably going to squeeze that a little bit farther to beat 2. Da-ga-da. Just so you really know that it wasn't a triplet, because what can start to happen is we play ba-da-da-dum-ga-dum, dum-dum-dum-dum-dum, and then it kind of rounds out. So we want to make sure we separate those two motives to make sure that we have a triplet motive and a 16th motive. And okay, so we really have that gap there after beat 1. Ba-da-da. Okay, and then we have the sustained note, that 17-stroke roll. At different tempos, that buzz might be a little bit faster or slower, but this is one of the biggest things that I want us to make sure that we take note, we have our pencil, we're ready to write down and figure out exactly what our hand speed's going to be to get that roll to be the smoothest. Here's how I figure out my roll speeds. I take whatever speed my hands have to go to get a good, lush roll. I play a triple bounce roll, and that's what feels best in my hands, and that's what gets me a more open sound in my roll. You can do a multiple bounce roll. You can get a little bit tighter buzz. That's not a bad thing. This is how I approach it. So I'm going to use my triple bounce roll, and I'm going to figure out at whatever performance tempo I think I'm going to go, and I think I was going 149, 150. I'm going to figure out what my hand speed, what rhythmic value my hand speed fits in at 149. So I'm going to go back to performance tempo real quick, and I'm just going to roll for a second and figure out what that rhythm is. So against that, it ends up being a 7 over 2 beats there, so 8th note 7. So I'm playing. I don't want to go to an 8 because I really want to stay away from that duple meter. Our ears can start to really hone in on that and really start to hear the pulsing. Okay, so I may have actually been going a 9. Okay, so we're going to make sure that I always like to use odd number groupings for roll speeds. Keeps things a little bit off kilter, a little bit, so we really do hear sustain and not rhythm. Because roll is the illusion of sustain. It's really just a bunch of beats on the head. So we want to try to stay away from whatever rhythm sits within that meter in that tempo. Okay, so I'm going to play 7s, which means I'm going to end up on the opposite hand I start on. So I have to take note of that. So I have everything written in there to make sure that my stickings are consistent every time. So I play right, left, right on 4 and, and then the and a 1, that 4-stroke rough. And then I'm playing a triplet for that quarter note. And at 149, a triplet hand speed in the quarter note feels really good. It keeps things open and still kind of zips through the quarter note there. But again, I'm ending up on a different hand, so I have to make note of that to make sure that I start that on the same hand every time, and I know that I'm going to come out on a different hand every single time. And again, I'm writing that in. Okay, so what ends up happening, we get to the final product for that line. All right, right? And then I'm into beat 2 again. Again, the cadence point is on 2 there for that half phrase. Okay, so the next thing I want to take you through is kind of an insight to an issue I was having in this etude. One of the issues, and I'm looking specifically at measure 7 to 9, one of the issues I was having with the sticking that I was using at the tempo that I was trying to perform it at, I had a 3-bar reading issue that my eyes and my hands were just not working through. I'll play it here for you in a second, but the main goal for me when I kept making this mistake was to make sure that I got rid of any habitual stopping point. And what starts to happen, I think, in our practicing is we get to these, what I call stopping points, or bar lines in our brain, where we get to a rhythm or some kind of challenging phrase, and we actually practice in these mistake habits, these stopping points. And I'm sure we've all experienced this that are watching, where there's a point in the phrase or in the piece that you know you have always stopped at. And it's really important that we undo those habits and we spend time acknowledging that that has become a habit, and that is an issue. That beat is an issue. We spend time on that. So the phrase I'm talking about here there's a lot of hand speed changes there. All right, I've got my quarter note triplet stutter into eighth note triplet, not that difficult, into a quarter note roll, which I'm already playing a triplet. So that whole bar is triplet based. Cool. Then I end up on my left hand in the next downbeat, another triplet. But now I'm going triplet 16th into a very fast hand speed change 16th note bar. So now I've got to deal with hand speed changes, rhythm changes. I've got to deal with sticking, alternated sticking changes. And this is where I started to really get bugged by this. And what I did was I got rid of all the ornaments. Got rid of the flams and the drags. Just play the rhythm, no dynamics, make sure it's right. All right? And I even got rid of the roll, just play the check pattern. Sorry. So it should sound like, now play the right sticking. Nope. Okay, without all the ornaments. Okay, then I start to add the ornaments to help encourage some of those stickings. Some of those stickings are a little awkward without the ornament. Okay, I need to go to beat 4 there and squeeze in that drag. That was an issue for me to always remember to get that drag in there quickly, to make sure I don't put a gap between beat 3 and beat 4. Okay, I'm playing a flam tap there. That hand speed change, that's fast. All right, so I've got triple at 16. And I got to get in there for that drag also. So there's a lot of hand speed changes that I just really have to anticipate. And again, create habits to get those things to move forward. And then, after I work out all of those coordination issues, now I have to think expressively. Don't just stop at play the black notes on the page. It's got to go somewhere. And I know that the phrase goes to the end of bar 10, stopping on beat 2 of bar 11. I've marked that in. I know where my phrase is headed. So I got to drive through the flam taps into the next downbeat roll. All right. It's not a crescendo, but man, that wants to have direction through there, doesn't it? Okay. Another 17-stroke roll. I've marked in my roll speed. I've marked in the sticking that I'm starting and ending my hand on. I have so many notes on myself, so sometimes I'm not even reading the notes. My hands know where to go. I'm reading the notes that I've written, the stickings and the accents and the circles and the arrows. I'm working with my tools. Okay, so that's a little insight into, I acknowledge that there was an issue, that I created a stopping point habit, and those things scare me. When I start to notice that, oh man, this bar is causing me issues. I almost put the rest of it on hold and go, no. I don't want to play this piece anymore, any further. I don't want to learn any more bad habits until this is fixed, because I'm just going to keep playing it. I'm going to keep pounding that stopping point in. All right, especially with a piece that you're memorizing, whether maybe it's on marimba or you're memorizing a snare piece, that can be especially dangerous if you allow that to happen too long. Your hands will actually start to take over in those moments, and you'll create that stopping point. So we really want to make sure that we exercise those out, and we create ways to create good habits to make sure that the reading is fluid all the way through. So finally, once I've gone through all my skill sets, I've created my exercises, I've broken down these chunks, I've gotten rid of the errors, I can do run-throughs. The last step for me is to really figure out where the listener needs to hear cadence points, ends of phrases, big and small, half cadence, large, full cadence, big phrase, small phrase. What is the arc of the piece? What is the overall groove of the piece? And in this etude specifically, is the audience getting that each phrase goes to beat 2? Are they getting the recurring triplet motive? Am I pounding them over the head with it? Are they getting the sense of pulse? Is the quarter note clear all the time? So I'm going to take that, I'm going to write in some of my phrase markings, the clear cadence points of where I want the listener to hear them. And I'm going to show you that on the screen with my marked up music here of what I end up with reading during my full run-through. So as you go forward and prepare your own etudes and your own snare drum solos, I hope that you're able to take some of this information and apply it to looking at your timeline and pacing out how you're going to learn things. Are you able to construct exercises early enough to create a routine throughout the week if you're trying to learn in a week? Are you breaking things down early enough to exercise certain skill sets early enough to make sure that you have the tools to do it? And then you can really rely on your reading throughout the week to get yourself through the etude. Remember to get out of those habitual stopping points or the measures in your brain that are creating stopping points. And then once you start digging in, it's important to make sure you allow time to zoom back out later in the week to get those large phrases and again a sense of the piece. And again, this etude is out of Caleb Pickering's book, Etudes. And again, that link is at the bottom of the screen. You can find it on his website, along with a lot of his other compositions. I had a lot of fun preparing this clinic for everyone. It's so much fun to dig into a piece, and especially it's been fun to take myself through this system and learn an etude for this point specifically. So I hope you've enjoyed. It's been a pleasure to present. I want to thank my sponsors, Innovative Percussion, Sabian Cymbals, Mapex Drums, and Majestic Percussion. And I want to thank Gilbert for asking me to do this clinic. It's been a great time in the Valley Percussion Festival. I hope you're all having fun and have a great rest of your time on this clinic day. Thank you very much.
Awesome clinic by Corey Doran. Do you guys agree? Yes, a lot of juicy nuggets, especially when this event, guys, originated in Texas, South Texas. So a lot of the content has been, and to a degree during this festival, has been targeted for preparation for Texas All-State auditions, whether it's in the jazz drum set, right, or concert scenario where students play a concert snare drum etude. They play 2 mallet pieces. One of them is a 2 mallet, and then the other one is a 4 mallet, and then they also play a timpani piece. So, you know, all those concepts, as you could see in Corey's clinic, they're perfectly transferable to any time that you're going to learn any etude for any situation, right? Beautiful clinic. Guys, moving right along. Next, you are going to love the next clinic. Pete Lockett, some beautiful, majestic, amazing, spectacular hand drumming from the get-go. He hits the road running pedal to the metal. Guys, check it out.
stopping by for this clinic. That was a piece that I played in a Ronnie Scott's event, an LP event, a couple of years back. Now I'm playing that on the Pandero, but actually the technique I'm using is South Indian Kanjira technique, which is an amazing small hand drum found in the south of India, single-headed tambourine-like drum with only one single jingle. So the difference being, of course, with the Pandero is it's got many jingles and it's a lot bigger. The Kanjira itself is about 7 inches in diameter. So that whole piece was in 4/4, and there were various sort of compositions. And I want to talk a little bit about how some of those compositions are structured and how some of the mathematics of it works. Now, the piece I'm going to talk about, the small segment I'm going to talk about first of all, is actually something that I did with Benny Greb a few years back on his first DVD on Hudson Music. And for those of you who've seen it, it was tabla and snare drum. And we were out in the on a mountain in Bavaria. It was a very cool presentation, very unusual, especially just being tabla and snare drum. It's a great moment actually to do that, great experience. So the composition that we start with on that DVD, I used in this composition, and you might recognise it. It's in 4/4. So there are a few things in there that are kind of interesting talking points. The first thing that's very important in looking at a lot of these rhythmic structures is to boil it back down to its most basic, components, and then work up from there, and then you can see how it's all structured, and then that can inform how you develop your own vocabulary in a lot of this type of material, particularly for composition or for solo work, and creating kind of different phrases that travel over the timeline and present different rhythmic solutions. So the actual core to this whole piece, if we strip away the 30-second notes and we just keep it as basically as 16th notes, the actual chord is so simple that it's almost unbelievable. So the core to it is a very simple rhythm. So a really simple rhythm. So that's the starting point. And with a lot of the Indian rhythmic compositional work, it's quite amazing actually when you start to pin it back and start to look at the actual core material, and sometimes the starting point is very simple, as in this piece. So so you don't have to do the syllables. You could have a sticking boom, right, left, right, left, right, right, left, right, right, left, right, left, right, left, whatever. Come up with a sticking and orchestration around and on. So just a very simple pattern. Now, one of the components that you often find in particularly in South Indian rhythm actually is they'll take let's say you've got a line that repeats 3 times. So that line repeats 3 times in total. Da takita takita dinta dinta dum. 2 takita takita dinta dinta dum. 3 takita takita dinta dinta dum. So it's repeated 3 times. Now, one of the exciting things that they will do with rhythms like this is just start to move bits around. It's like having imagine that your rhythmic work is on a Rubik cube or something, or one of those little flat things where you move the squares around. There's one empty square and you move the squares around to kind of get different combinations. They tend to think of rhythm in in that way, or that's one of the ways they think about it, as having building blocks, a very modular approach that they'll rearrange stuff with. So if we look at the, we split that into two parts, that basic rhythm. We got ta, takita, takita, the first part, and then dinta, dinta, tom, the second part. Okay, so what will often happen is we've got this line repeating 3 times, whatever, like this line or another line or whatever, you know, rhythmic work, the concept is the same. So you take something from the first line, which makes the first line shorter, and you add it to the third line, which makes the third line longer. Overall, of course, because you're just moving things around within the structure, the overall length of it stays the same. So it's a very simple idea that can be, you know, very, very, very effective indeed. So in this instance, I've got here on the screen, dinta, dinta, ringed as 2 little units. We think of those as separate units. So what we're going to do is going to take one of those circled dinta and we're going to put it on the end. So the first line, when you repeat it, you'll just have dinta once. The second time will be the same as the original core phrase, dinta, dinta, so twice. And the third time, it'll be 3 times, dinta, dinta, dinta. So then you have something that goes across the bar lines in a really interesting way. So it's a very simple phrase in the beginning, as we know. Da, da, ki, da, ki, da, din, da, dong. Really simple. And we're just rearranging it. So we're putting the bit from the first one onto the third one. So then we have da, ki, da, din, da, dong. Da, ki, da, din, da, dong. Da, ki, da, din, da, dong. So that's it. Obviously it ends in the middle of nowhere because we need to add another little bit onto the end of it. So that's the basic premise of the beginning part. Okay. So then takita takita becomes tadikita taka tadikita taka. So instead of 16ths, you're going to make it into 32nd notes. So then if we go back to the beginning, the core phrase, the basic simple phrase, da takita takita dinta dinta dom, and make that with the 32nd notes, da tadikita taka dinta dinta dom, da tadikita taka dinta dinta dom. Then you need to kind of come up with a sticking and an orchestration for the 32nd notes. So it could be you know, right left right left left. I like to use right left left right right left. It has a very kind of offbeat flow to it, more than right left right right left left. Tends to feel a little bit on the beat, if you like. Whereas a lot of the Indian you know, fast rolling technique has more of an offbeat sort of you know, displaced kind of feel to it, with a lot of the accent placements, with the way that the patterns are you know, fingered on the tabla or you know, different instruments. So that's why I prefer right left left right right left, a group of 6. Da tadikita taka dinta dinta dom. So that's what we have now, all together with the reduction of the first line and the expansion of the third line. We have da tadikita taka dinta dom, da tadikita taka dinta dinta dom, da tadikita taka dinta dinta dom. So again, ending in the middle of nowhere at the moment. Now, this type of composition in South India is called a korvoy. Normally come in two parts. Like longer compositions, you'll have the first part of the composition would be the theme. So in this instance, you know, the theme is da takita takita dinta dinta dom is the theme, and then the second part will use the syllables ta di gin atom. Group of 5, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how the groups of 5 can be manipulated into groups of 6, 7, 8 and 9 later on. But in the beginning, we're just going to look at 3 groups of 5. So that will then fill up, you know, 4 bars of 4/4 in total. So gets added to the end. And again, you'd have a sticking right, left, right, right, left, right, left, right, right, left, right, left, right, right, left, bang. So you'd have a sticking in an orchestration or whatever, you know, whatever you do to elaborate with that. So this idea in South India is called an arudi. There's a few different names for it actually. Arudi, or in North India it's called a Tihai. The two main systems in India are, in the north you have Hindustani classical music, and in the south you have Carnatic and classical music. So basically an arudi or a Tihai is a basic phrase repeated 3 times, calculated so as to end on the downbeat. So there's another caveat to that I'm going to talk about after that. But let's just first add that group of 5. So we got da da kita da kita din da dom da da kita da kita din da dom da da kita da kita din da dom da ti kita dom da ti kita dom da ti kita dom da. So the last tum of the basic phrase becomes a dotted 8th note, tunga, and then you have the 3 groups of 5. So that's kind of takes you from downbeat to downbeat over 16 beats. Da da di kita da di kita da din da dum da da di kita da din da dum da da di kita da din da dum da di kita dum da di kita dum da di kita dum da. So 8 beats. The clapping cycle: 1, 2, the little finger, 3, the next ring finger, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, then back to 1 again. So we're not going to go into that now, but you know, this is called Adi Tala, or Chatu Rujrajati Tiruputta Talam for the more keener Indian experts out there. So now we've got the whole composition, basically the basic beginning of the whole composition, ending with the three groups of 5. So what we've got, just to summarise, is we've got the basic phrase reduced, the basic phrase original length, basic phrase extended, plus 3 groups of 5. Now, I said there's a caveat to the 3 groups of 5, or a Tihai. So there's one key difference that you'll find in North Indian rhythmic calculation and South Indian rhythmic calculation. So let's just stick with our groups of 5, okay? Now in South India, they would fill up the bar leading to the downbeat, and then they would add the downbeat on the end of it. So as we've had now, so tum ta, you've added ta onto the end of it. Now in North India, they would approach it in a different way. They would include the downbeat in the overall calculation. So they'd use completely different syllables. I'm going to stick with the same South Indian syllables just to demonstrate this. So that North Indian style will be tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum. So you can see that they've contained the basic phrase contains the downbeat at the end of it. So the method of calculations in the north and the south are somewhat different for a lot of rhythmic composition. So here on the screen we can see the two different variations. South Indian tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta, and North Indian tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum. So North Indian includes the downbeat, South Indian adds the downbeat afterwards. So the next part of the you could just play that. You just play that and finish fine, or you could play it 3 times, all in all. Or you can extend it. You can extend the ending. So what we had in the video with Benny and on this particular recording, we had an extended end, and that involved developing the syllables tati gina tum in a slightly different way. Remember I said earlier we're going to develop groups of 5 from that, groups of 6, groups of 7, groups of 8 and groups of 9. So the way that's done, there's numerous ways that it's done, but one of the ways that it's done is to simply add gaps. So tati genatom is 5, tati genatom is 6, tati genatom. So we've added one gap. Tati genatom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tati genatom. Or 7, you add 2 gaps. Tati genatom, tati genatom, tati genatom, tati genatom, ta. 8, tati genatom, tati genatom, tati genatom, ta. And 9, now you got 4 gaps. Tati genatom, tati genatom, tati genatom, tati genatom, ta. So these units are very useful in composition of actual phrases that you would play, but they're also very useful, as we're going to find out, in analysing the additional section we're going to add on to the end of it. They're very useful in terms of counting gaps as well. One of the tricks that Indian performers often use is to use these phonetics to count gaps. So they might, in their mind, they'll be thinking of the, tati genatom, tati genatom, as the gaps, but not playing them. So for example, let's just say you had a phrase, 3 groups of 5 and a group of 7. Tati getatom, tati getatom, tati getatom, ta. Tati getatom, tati getatom, tati getatom, ta. Tati getatom, 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 tati getatom. So it's a good way to count gaps, actually, to have these little, it's an aside, but it's a very useful thing to have, in your repertoire, counting odd gaps and doing different material. So after the 3 groups of 5, back to our composition now. After the 3 groups of 5, we have a gap of 9, then we have 3 groups of 6, another gap of 9, and then we have 3 groups of 7. The change being that the 3 groups of 7 will be 3 in the space of 4. Okay, so it slows down to the slower level triplets from where we are. So with these type of things, when you get, this is kind of almost like an elongated longer T high. One of the important things about that is the gaps will always be the same. So you wouldn't have the first gap of 7 and the second gap of 9, for example, or something like that. It's all, the gaps are kind of pretty much the same. So the whole composition, going back again, with the extended end. So you can see now how it's all fitted together. So if we go tati getatum, tati getatum, tati getatum, ta is the downbeat. So we'll start from there, just to demonstrate, what this final additional bit on the end is. So we got tati getatum, 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 ta. So a gap of 9, tati getatum. And then we have 3 groups of 6, tati, gitatum, tati, gitatum, tati, gitatum, gap of 9, tati, gitatum. And then we have 3 groups of 7 as triplets, tati, gitatum, tati, gitatum, tati, gitatum, ta. So this modulation is a very common thing that you'll find in North and South Indian music, actually. South Indian is definitely a big speciality, and you can take a lot of these phrases. So there we've got 3 in the space of 4. So you can use that as a simple exercise. You just clap quarter notes, not really in any time cycle as such. We don't need to be for the exercise. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1. So you can take any sort of phrase like that, do 4 in 16th notes, and you know, then 3 in the slower triplets, or you know, you could do 2 in 16th notes and 3 in faster triplets. So there's lots of different ways you could do it. Now this methodology of switching gears and modulating and doing stuff like that is very very commonplace across the whole of the classical Indian percussion world. In North India they have a composition called Kaida, which is a kind of like a theme and variation composition, very elaborate. So you'll kind of learn, you know, a basic theme. In the beginning, it'll be very simple stuff. But then for each one of these themes, you learn, you know, 50, 60 different variations on that theme. So it's a brilliant way to develop a language and a vocabulary, because you're building it up in an entirely logical manner. So let's take, for example, a longer composition. Again, it's in 4/4. Everything's going to be in 4/4 for this. Da gen da di da da tedikita da tedikita da tedikita da di da gen da di da gen da ga tu na gen da. So this is a kaida from North India, and traditionally in the beginning of the solo, or you know, a little bit into the solo, when they start to play a couple of kaidas with lots of variations and stuff, traditionally what they would do is start out at a you know, slower tempo, half speed. Well, the tempo is the same, but the slower note rate. So you know, 8th notes, for example. Then they would go into the same thing into triplets, 8th note triplets, and then they would go into 16th notes. And then once they're in 16th notes, or the faster level of the 3, you know, obviously if you started in 16th notes and did 16th note triplets and then 32nd notes, then it's the same thing, same relationship between the three different parts. So once they're into that, then they would you know, do all the variations, conclude with a very big long T-high type structure, kind of chakradar is can be called, or there's other types of conclusions that they can you know, come up with. So if we look at this composition, and I'll go single, double, single 1.5 times speed, which is called Adilai in North India, and then double. So you'd have da gen da di da da tedikita da tedikita da tedikita da di da gen da di da gen da ga tu na gen da gen da di da da tedikita da tedikita da tedikita da di da gen da di da da ga tu na gen da gen da di da da tedikita da tedikita da tedikita da di da gen da di da gen da ga tu na gen da gen da di da da tedikita da tedikita da tedikita da di da gen da ga tu na gen da gen da di da da tedikita da tedikita da di da gen da di da gen da ga tu na gen da gen da di da da tedikita da tedikita da di da gen da di da gen da ga di na gen da. So then they're up to, you know, the full speed of the composition, and then they would take their variations and you know, kind of maneuver through with all of the different kind of theme variations that they would come up with, and then include it. So it's a very logical way to you know, to develop a solo, and it's a brilliant way to start structuring what you do, and even as a you know, percussionist or drum set player or you know, whatever, you can also kind of think in some of these ways. So the idea of modulation, the idea of theme development by coming up with variations, and the logic of it is that if you've got a theme, let's say for example it was on drum set and you had a theme that involved you know, small tom, floor tom, snare drum and a cowbell. Okay, so that's it, you know, and bass drum. So you got, and it's using a paradiddle between the some sort of paradiddle pattern between the voices. Now, all of the variations that you would come up with, or you know, traditionally, would have to only involve those sounds. There are some changes. You can develop a Qaida later on and add different things, but generally speaking, the main idea is that you know, it's based on you know, that combination of sounds, and would be roughly based on the paradiddle for most of it. So, for example, you know, you wouldn't start doing like double bass drum and chinas or something, or you know, kind of free random choices that aren't related to the actual theme. One of the great things about that is it creates a discipline, in that you've got certain amount of you know, tools at your fingertips with this you know, this theme that you've got, and you have to develop everything out of that. Now, another thing that's very interesting and important with the idea of the North Indian theme and variation compositions is that they come with something called Tali and Kali. Well, Tali and Kali is actually part of the rhythmic system itself. It means, you know, empty and full, if you like. It's a very simple, literal way of doing it. So, with a lot of the way that translates into in tabla playing, for example, is that the empty sections traditionally wouldn't have any an open bass drum sounds in it from the baya, from the bass tabla, and so what that does, it creates a section that's actually, you know, audibly different from the other section. So you've immediately created some sort of you know, rhythmic work that breathes, because you've got sections that don't have the open bass drum in it, and it's always a specific section. In most time cycles, not all, it's the first half of the second half. So if you had a 16 beat time cycle, it would be 9, 10, 11 and 12 beats that wouldn't have any open bass drum in it. So that's with the time cycles. With the theme and variation compositions, what happens is the composition, the theme and each of the variations gets split into two halves. The second half is identical to the first half, but the first half of the second half does not have any open bass drum sounds in it. So that's how Tali and Kali is differentiated within the compositions and within the time cycles. I remember seeing Benny Greb actually talk a little bit in one of his clinics about this idea of phrase memory that I think is really really interesting, and it kind of is related to this, because the qaidas and the themes and the variations come in two identical halves. And the exercise that he was posing to people was to play, just have two drums. So you could have a snare drum and a floor tom, or two snare drums, or whatever, two sound sources. And you play the same thing. You played something, you know, from your, you know, let's say you start with two quarter notes long. You play a pattern, that, and then you play exactly the same thing on the second drum. Then you go back to the first drum and you improvise another phrase over 2 beats, and then you mimic that on the second drum. So this becomes like an exercise. So you're basically developing your rhythm memory. So you do this phrase on the first drum, you repeat it exactly verbatim on the second drum, and then you extend it. Then you extend it to 3 quarter notes, and then to 4 and 5 and 6, and it's a way of developing your, you know, rhythmic memory, and also rather than being, you know, sometimes we'll throw phraseology out and throw phrases out and they just come out and that's brilliant and everything, but it's also good to be able to have like a mental control of it, in the sense that you know what you've done and you can replicate it. So you're in more control of all the tools that you have, you know, at your fingertips, and your brain is you know, massively part of the process. And that's one of the things that we really notice from the study of Indian rhythm, is how it's a perfect balance really between the intuitive and the scientific, if you like. Thinking and feeling is combined, because a lot of the stuff is structured, you know, with a lot of thought, but then that just basically is building your vocabulary. It's like if you learn a language, and the more words you learn, and the more phrases you learn, and the more ways you have of articulating the things that you think, then the better equipped you are to be able to deliver something, you know, in the language, or if we compare that to music, then rhythmically or musically, or you know, musically and rhythmically, hopefully. But you know, it could be melody, it could be rhythm, it could be, you know, any part of the whole sort of musical matrix. So having some of that mental facility, of course, not to interfere with the emotional and intuitive side of it. That's so special in bringing a lot of things to the fore in our playing. So for me, a study of Indian percussion was completely eye-opening on every level, because it took me to such different avenues of understanding. And these points that I've spoken about here are just a couple of points, really, of a couple of pointers of some of the things that you can you know, use. But the Indian rhythmic world has a huge arsenal of rhythmic devices and systems and compositional forms and ways that you can you know, take, you know, a basic rhythmic idea, as we did in the beginning with this session, and extend it further into whichever direction you know, you want. At the end of the day, I think if you vocalize it, however it would be, you know, that's not necessarily your end goal with it, but I think vocalizing rhythm is really important. Vocalizing with a corner points, quarter note, or whatever, time cycle, if you want to study time cycles or specific ways of top and tailing a groove length, and then start to orchestrate it. So for me, I think the logical way to do that is to start off on the snare drum with a sticking, and then, you know, substitute the clapping with an ostinato, foot ostinato, some sort of repetitive pattern, and then orchestrate around the drums, and then start to come up with these different little rhythmic nuggets that you can sort of impose into your general groove flow. Because at the end of the day, whatever you you know, a lot of this stuff is great rhythm training, but at the end of the day, you have to be able to utilize that in your own rhythmic world, which, you know, that's really where the creativity and the personality and the voice comes into it. That's really where everyone is made into the individual that they thankfully are. So we're going to wind up. I'm just going to you know, show you another clip from the LP Ronnie Scott's gig. Now this is on cajon. One of the things that I love to do is to you know, kind of integrate hybrid ideas and take Indian rhythms and play them on you know, non-Indian drums, or vice versa, you know. And this is obviously Spanish cajon, and it's a fairly formal South Indian rhythmic structure, rhythmic, you know, top and tailing it all in a very fairly traditional way. It's all in 4/4, so you can follow it with the bells. You can kind of hear where it's going, and you can listen out for some of the modulations and some of the, you know, the time shifts and how some of the phrases are extended and reduced, and hopefully some of these basic simple you know, ideas can be brought into your own playing. You know, take a phrase and you know, reduce it and extend it, and see where you go with it. The whole Indian study is an amazing magical world, and it can really cross-fertilise into you know, your contemporary playing and your contemporary work as well. So thanks for checking it out. You can visit me at www.petelockett.info on Facebook or Twitter or whatever. You know, not I ever look at them anymore. Anyway,
Wow. A wealth of knowledge. Are you guys having fun? A lot of solid, really good, useful information for all of us. Now, coming up next, I'm particularly excited about this clinic because this is, I guess, Valley Percussion Festival, formerly known as Valley Day of Percussion. It's a way of putting our toes into a broader public as far as who we are reaching out to. And this next clinic, of course, it's for all percussion educators and even percussionists. It's you're gonna find it really, really informative and inspiring. But particularly for those music programs in public schools or anywhere that you don't have a percussion specialist in uh, your facility or in your program or in your roster of educators, this clinic is great for you guys, and it was actually intended, targeted specifically for you, my friends. So hopefully you get to enjoy it and you like it, and feel free to comment how you feel this is going to help you. Without further ado, this is Ron Schermerhorn from STC College in McAllen, Texas. Here we go.
Let's talk about percussion. There are 4 things that contribute to a thriving percussion section in the symphonic band. Number 1, instrument setup. Number 2, time, tempo, and the metronome. Number 3, quality of sound. Number 4, care, maintenance, and tuning. So to start with the percussion instrument setup, we're going to take a look at the snare drum. In the symphonic band, position the snare drum with a straight line of sight to the conductor. The throw-off, which is how you turn the snare on and off, should be in front of you, not to the left or right. The snare beds for an orchestral snare drum should run vertically. You will always play in line with the snares. This is different for a marching snare drum, as the snare beds run diagonally, and a drum set snare can be set horizontal or vertical. Bass drum and crash cymbals will work best if you put the snare drum in between them. On occasion, the bass drum and crash cymbals will need to be next to each other for team playing. In those situations, keep the cymbal station where it is and have the cymbal player walk over to the bass drum station. They can share music and adjust space slightly as needed for all 3 players in that zone. Timpani typically play with the tubas and low brass. Placing the timpani as close to these instruments as possible will improve ensemble rhythm and intonation. Keep in mind that there needs to be some space between the bass drum and timpani. How much space depends on the overall band setup, rehearsal room, and concert hall. Accessories. The accessory station is used for tambourine, triangle, castanets, woodblock, and of course, so much more. Really, the idea behind having a dedicated station is to keep things organized. Percussion parts can have varied instrumentation. So if you have multi-stations set up for this, it smooths out the logistics and flow. Composers don't always write in task orientation or a percussion station scenario. Typically, one player can be asked to perform on 2 to 5 instruments. In that case, any of the percussion zones or stations should be modified for ease of access on instruments, logistics, and flow. For the keyboard percussion instruments, placing the xylophone, bells, and the chimes next to each other will facilitate fast instrument changes. Set these instruments behind or near the upper woodwinds, since composers typically orchestrate these 2 groups together. Vibraphone and marimba are used less often, usually in slower and less rhythmic passages. If there isn't enough room in the front row, they can be placed in a second row behind the other mallet instruments. Most people are right-handed, So getting the chimes up at a 45-degree angle to the conductor will allow most performers to strike the chimes with the strongest hand and see the conductor, music, and the instrument. Placing the chimes at the right side of the section may obscure the audience's view of the player. If the instrument is in the middle of the percussion section, the performers will not be able to communicate visually. They will have to navigate around the chimes when moving about the section. The musical advantages far outweigh the staging concerns. This percussion instrument setup will work well in public school, college, university, or professional group. If possible, once the percussion setup is initially done, leave it as a static setup. The hope is that this particular setup will give the percussion section a smooth workflow. That being said, it can certainly be modified. Just keep in mind the movement of the players from station to station. Find a setup that works well for the band, the room, or hall, and keep compositional things in mind, like variations or additions to the setup. Having the percussion section behind the band instead of them off to the side will help the overall ensemble flow, time, and rhythm. This will aid in precision and balance control as well. The reality is that the percussion section may overlap on the side, and that's okay. When the percussion section is entirely on the side of the ensemble, they are typically too prominent. A younger percussion section may have difficulty playing softly on inherently loud instruments, and maintaining ensemble cohesion will be more of a challenge, but can be accomplished. Time, tempo, and the metronome. Although it's everyone's responsibility to play music in time, one of the main roles or jobs of the percussion section is that they are the heartbeat of the ensemble. Sometimes the percussion section will contribute color through the accessory percussion, punctuate the phrase with crash cymbals, or phrase building with the suspended cymbal. There may be an added keyboard layer with the woodwinds. Or percussion could serve in a soloist capacity. The snare drum, bass drum, timpani, tambourine, or woodblock may at different times serve in the role as the heartbeat of the ensemble. Another aspect of time and tempo is look, watch, listen, and communicate. To have good communication, the percussion instruments should be set at a comfortable height and music stands at a level with direct line of sight to the conductor. Percussionists should read the music on the stand, look up to connect with the conductor, and use their ears. So look at the music, watch the conductor, listen, and communicate with the other musicians. A few words on the metronome. Using the met in the practice room is very important. If you can't play in time, then it will be difficult to find the flow of music. Live music breathes. There's this natural push and pull in live musical performance. A lot of times, the most beautiful music is the space between the notes. And remember, music is what you make it, not what's on the page. Also, playing with trusted and/or recommended professional recordings can be beneficial in all stages, particularly in score study or final mastery. So the metronome's use in any ensemble by a director should not be continuously run from the front of the group. The metronome can be used as a reference from the podium, but not for the band to play in time with. If you are working with an ensemble that needs a constant metronome, run it from the back. When you have a concert, there is no met, so it's very important that we learn to listen and watch and communicate. It's important to be able to play in time, but we do have to learn and understand how music works in that real world live sense. So learning to play with and without the met in your practice sessions, as well as in rehearsals, and then checkpoints or reference points are very important. Look, the bottom line is musicians, we're not machines. Musicians need to be flexible. So train to play in time with a metronome, and in a real world ensemble, look, watch, listen, and communicate. Quality of sound is predicated on having a good understanding of posture, technique, strokes, motion, and flow. Those key elements or ingredients are of paramount importance to achieving a great tone on all of the percussion instruments. For percussive articulation, we have height, weight, and velocity of stroke variations. We have zone playing, which is beating spots, muting and muffling, and of course, different gradations of sticks and mallets. Now, sometimes you will hear things in the percussion section that don't quite sound the way you want them to yet. There are a few things to consider. A great starting point would be to check the beating spots. For most of the percussion instruments, we play a little bit off the center, around the edge, or somewhere in between. Each instrument does have specified zones and beating spots. A side note on accessory percussion: be visible. Hold the instrument up so the audience can see you play. Just make sure to do this comfortably. You don't need to hold the tambourine way sky high or hold the triangle way sky high, but also not the opposite, where you're playing the triangle or tambourine so low that nobody can see them. Really, the accessory percussion instruments, you want to get a good blend and balance of making sure that the performer, the player, is very comfortable to play all the different technical things that are required of that instrument, but also that the conductor can see that. There's a connection there with the performer, percussionist, conductor, right? The audience needs to be able to see that. A lot of times with some of the accessory stuff, and some other things in percussion, when the audience can see the triangle, they hear the triangle. Care, maintenance, and tuning. Covers and cases for drums, accessories, keyboards, and timpani are essential. Nothing causes more damage to percussion instruments than moving them in personal vehicles or rental trucks without ensuring protective transport. All of the other band and orchestra instruments come with protective carrying cases, so why not percussion instruments? Well, they do. So after each practice session, rehearsal, or concert, cover all the equipment. Just make sure to put the snare drum in its case, all the cymbals in protective bags, and lock up accessories, sticks, and mallets in a percussion cabinet. For maintenance, we just need to remember that we're transporting equipment multiple times a semester. So just check periodically to ensure that all equipment is in good working order. Sometimes it's as easy as just making sure that all the instrument connections are snug. And for any more details or specifics, seek out assistance from the percussion instructor. Tuning. The frame of mind for young percussion students and even professionals in training is to practice, practice, practice. That's so awesome. But what gets forgotten is the actual sound of the instrument itself. Drums are tuned to either exact pitches or intervals. And some of the newer keyboard percussion instruments, marimba and xylophone, they can be tuned. If the notes are flat or sharp, that can be tuned. It's really cool. The tambourine pitch can be raised if it's too low by using a heating pad. So, some things to keep in mind. And just a few closing thoughts. Percussionists are musicians like anyone else in the symphonic band. So as you approach the musical aspects of percussion, just remember, musician, percussionist, drummer. And I'm talking about when you're speaking in terms of addressing percussionist in the symphonic band. Remember, as you're addressing percussionist in the symphonic band, address them as musicians, percussionist, drummer, or drummers. I really hope you enjoyed this session and that you learned a lot. Remember, the journey is the reward.
Once upon a time, once upon a time, once upon a time, a time, once upon a time, once upon a time, once upon a time, once upon a time, a time, once upon a time, upon a time, upon a time, a time upon a time, upon a time upon a world, 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 world. Once upon a time, upon a time, upon a time, once upon a time, the world was round, and you and it, and you could go on it, you could go, and you could go on it, and you could go on it, you could go and you. And it, and you and it, you could go and you could go on it, and you and it, you could go on it, and you and it, you could go on it, and you could go. Around and around and around, around and around, around and around, around and around and around, around and around, around and around and around, around and around and around, around and around, around and around. Once upon a time, once upon a time, a time, once upon a time, upon a time, a time upon a time, upon a time upon a world, upon a time upon a time upon upon a time upon upon a time upon upon a time upon world. Once upon a time, the world was round, and you and it, and you could go on it, you could go, 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 was round, you could go, you could go, around and around and around, around and around, around and around and around, around and around.
Awesome performances, guys, and very, very educational clinic. I'm excited about all the clinics that we're presenting. I guess you could say in different degrees, but all of them a lot. Okay. But this next clinic, and a lot of what you're seeing this year, guys, giving you a little bit of background, just an FYI behind the scenes. A lot of what you're seeing now did not happen just now in the last few months of the planning stage for this year's event. A lot of what you're experienced in the past 2 weeks, and you're experiencing this today, and you'll experience tomorrow on the VPF 2021 after party. A lot of this, guys, started to be planned, or the ball got started to roll about 4 or 5 years ago. So we're just so fortunate, and by we I mean all of us, all the percussion community. We're so fortunate that it all funneled in, right, or it all came in and converged for this year. Steve Gadd's performance, Ray Luzier's performance, many of these. The next clinic you're about to see, in particular, Tim Jennis, him and I have been in the works trying to get him to participate in what used to be called Valley Day of Percussion, now Valley Percussion Festival. This had been in the works for a good while. So just a little FYI and some background information. It just took a little bit of work, but it's here. Timpani Fundamentals 101, #Gazerk. Do you know what that acronym stands for? Here we go.
Welcome, Valley Day percussion participants. I am glad you showed up to this timpani clinic. I am Tim Jennis. I am the timpanist of the Boston Symphony, and we're going to talk about 5 essentials of timpani playing. I currently teach at Boston University, and I had been running the department there and had been doing the Boston University Tanglewood Institute for high school students for the past 25 years or so. I have affiliations and help, and I use the following instruments from Adams, Remo, Vic Firth, of course, and Zildjian. So I want to thank all those people for constantly helping out with this. Recently, I've started my own stick company, which also has informational videos, blogs. I sell timpani sticks that I make myself that are all sort of bamboo type sticks. And the company is called Tim Jennis Inc. And there's a website, you guys can check it out. And by the way, anybody who is at this clinic who wants to go and do some shopping, there's an automatic discount for all of you. You just have to put in the promo code VALLEY10 and you will be given a discount, okay? So, why don't we talk about timpani now? Okay, so we're going to get into 5 essentials. First of all, let me just say that this whole course is going to be about 45 minutes. So really, to cover all of timpani in 45 minutes is next to impossible. So think of this as just sort of a springboard. We're just going to tackle the subjects that I think that you want to focus on to start to develop to become a great timpanist. There's really no shortcuts. You have to just spend a great deal of time, a great deal of study. You really should have a teacher that you can connect with, and it just takes a lot of time to do this. So what we're going to talk about is grip, stroke, intonation, rhythm, and character. How we'll do this is we'll talk about each aspect. I'll give you some exercises to work on each of these topics, and then I'll give you some sort of a demonstration that you can see it in action. Okay, so the grip. Now, I'm not going to stand here and say, here's how you hold the timpani stick. This is how you should do it. Anybody who tells you that, you should walk away. Everybody's hand is different. To be honest, there is not one grip that you use for timpani. Every grip is situational, depending upon the musical issue that you're dealing with. I wouldn't use the same grip that I use for a little Mozart thing versus maybe a Mahler thing. And so it really depends what you're doing, and I'm going to expound on that in a second. The one must for the timpani stick is that it must pivot from somewhere. It could be pivoting between the index and the thumb, or between the third and the thumb, and some people even use a back grip. What you can't do is squeeze the stick so that it doesn't allow it to breathe. And by breathing, I mean there has to be room for that stick to move in your hand somewhere. So you just have to think logistically how the timpani stick is going to be used. Are you going to use it in a way that you're going to need to play a press roll? Like when you play snare drum? No, probably not. Are you going to use it so that you are using fingers in this way? Yes. So I wouldn't put the stick in my hand so that I'm using the tips of my fingers like I do when I play snare drum. I'm using it probably more in the back part of my hand, okay? A good sort of way to think about it is, are you going to be playing with active fingers where the fingers are moving the stick a lot, or are you playing with passive fingers? And the answer is you should be doing both, to be honest. What is more important is this idea of the stick just pivoting, okay? And being relaxed in the hand. Now, depending upon where your hand is, if it's here, 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 it will make a difference as how you grip the stick. So when you play with a flat hand this way, or I guess we could call it German, the stick for me is going to sit in the back part of my hand. I'm going to have it revolve or pivot for me in the third and the thumb, like so. Sometimes though, we don't want to be completely flat. I want to be maybe half, let's call it semi-flat. So instead of here, we're going to be here, okay? The difference as you go from flat to a thumbs up grip, let's say French, is as you play it this way, it's going to be a bit darker, okay? As you get this way, it's going to brighten things up a little bit, all right? So which one do we use? Well, I use them all. I don't just play flat, I don't just play thumbs up, I don't play semi-flat. I do all those things, but I use them all. So I think it's important that you learn how to use them all because it's not that much different. So a good exercise for this is to simply do this not even at the timpani. What we're going to do is we're going to find our balance point. That's where the fulcrum will be. That's where the fulcrum is pivot. So wherever that pivot is, whether it's here or here, that's what you're going to find. So you find that pivot point, and we'll do an exercise that basically is away from the drum, and it's simply going to let the stick pivot in the hand. I would recommend that the fingers be fairly open, so there's a lot of breathing room here. So we'll start with a flat hand, open fingers, okay? And we're just going to move this in the hand so that the stick is moving straight up and down, okay? Don't make circles like this. Straight up and down, and we're gonna do this 20 times. And we'll do it in each hand. Same thing here, okay? Flat hand, 20 times, okay? Then we'll do the same thing, and now we'll do more active fingers, meaning that the fingers are going to participate in the stroke a little bit. Here, they're just sort of catching the stick, all right? So we'll do 20 times there. And then we'll do the same thing with a semi-flat wrist position. Not here, here, okay? Same thing, let the stick move straight up and down 20 times and then do it with active fingers as well, okay? Now, sometimes we want to do a thumbs up grip. We're going to hold the stick with, my fulcrum is now my index finger and my thumb, okay? And my fingers are still slightly passive, right? So I'm going to do 20 strokes there, okay? And then I'm going to do the same thing with the fingers, just sort of moving the stick a little bit this way, okay? Then at this point, we can get into I guess we can call this a duff grip, where our hands are now going to come in together, and we're going to hold the stick a little bit more in the hand, thumb index finger grip, and we're going to move the stick like we're turning a doorknob this way. Okay? So we can do 20 strokes there. Still keep the fingers are close to the stick, but we're playing where we still have some breathing room in there, okay? So we're gonna do that 20 times. Sometimes I hold the stick just in the tips of the fingers here when I want to play a stroke that's like this. It's a little more languid and has a little bit more sensitivity, and you can use the bigger muscles. We'll get into that with a stroke. So you basically have 5 different strokes: flat hand, semi-flat hand, thumbs up, turn the wrist so that you have this crook and you have the duff grip a little bit, and we can try even doing this where we sort of pivot the stick on the tips of the fingers. That's another stroke, okay? So do this away from the drum, straight up and down stick. Then step 2 is we'll do it at the drum. So flat hand, active fingers, semi-flat, active fingers, thumbs up, active fingers, and so forth, okay? Step 3 is to do this 20 times, firm grip. Now, firm grip means that you are putting a little bit more firmer pressure on the fulcrum, the actual pivot. So you're holding it a little tighter, but you're not squeezing the stick here so that it doesn't pivot. You're keeping that open. You're just holding the stick a teeny bit tighter. This will result in a faster stroke, probably with just the wrist. So I did that. Okay? You'll do that 20 times with all the different permutations, flat, semi, thumbs up, duff. Okay? Step 4 is loose grip. So very holding the stick super loose. It really just is flopping around in the hand, but you still have a pivot. Okay? So you do 20 times flat, semi, thumbs up. Okay? This is sort of the fundamentals of timpani, where I'd still do this even now to keep, you know, things fundamentally sound. So my foundation is there. Okay? So you should do it too. And just make this the start. It's a good warm-up too. And go through these exercises. Okay? So now that we've talked about grip, let's talk about stroke. What you're doing with stroke now is you're creating different articulations, staccato, legato, different colors, dark versus bright maybe, different lengths, how the attack is more immediate or more long. The idea of stroke is you kind of have to think of it as like bouncing a ball. When you throw the stick, you are basically releasing the weight, and the weight is up here at the ball, and you're trying to release the weight and let the rebound of whatever you're hitting bounce it back up, and you're following it. Okay, so that's the basic premise of stroke. But the 4 aspects that we're going to discuss here is speed, height, rebound, and direction. Those 4 things. The main goal here is the idea of continuous motion, okay? Meaning that we're not going to stop the stick and lift it. And the other aspect is playing through the timpani head. This is sort of an important one that doesn't necessarily translate to the other percussion instruments as much. So we really have to play so that we're almost playing to the bottom part of this head. So while having continuous motion, those 2 have to go hand in hand. You can't stop the stick and you can't sort of feather the head. So let's talk about speed, and height will be in there as well. Speed, how fast you're going to play a stroke. If you're playing a fast stroke, that will give you a little bit more punch, a little bit more staccato, let's say. Slower speed is going to give you a more legato sound. Now, we can't play the stroke slowly. If we do that, we get this. We get nothing. You can't manipulate slow. You have to let the stick flow like a ball. So how we do slow versus fast is muscle groups. The arm moves slower than the wrist. The wrist moves slower than the fingers. Fingers are fast. Smaller muscles move quicker than bigger muscles. So when we want to play a more legato sound, we're going to use the bigger muscles. We're going to use more arm. If I wanted to play the same dynamic and play a little more staccato stroke, it's got a little bit more bite to it. Granted, you know, I'm not changing mallet, so this is still a fairly soft mallet, so it's not going to be night and day. You can't expect the color to change. There is just a little bit more roundness to one, a little bit more punch to the other, okay? So now, rebound. Rebound is how much we come off the head, okay? So why would we want to change that? Well, the way I think of it is when you rebound off the head with a lot of height, like this, versus this, what's happening is that one is slightly ringing more than the other. Also, one with more rebound, you get a little more flowery a sound. With a downstroke, you get a little bit more punch, perhaps. Lastly, direction. So when you play, direction is whether the stick is going here or straight up and down. Straight up and down, the stick is coming off the head quickly. So you get an immediate attack. Da. If you move on the head at all, like this, do it in slow motion. The sound is, instead of ba, 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 it's ba, ba, ba. Little less immediacy to that attack. So that might have some differences too. So, as a recap, you can see when you combine all these possibilities, wrist angles, grip pressure, how tight or loose you're holding the stick, muscles used, whether or not you're using arm, wrist, fingers, stroke speed and height, rebound or lack of rebound, direction. There is a multitude of possibilities to create different colors, articulations, etc. And so, and we haven't even talked about beating spot yet, where you hit the drum. That makes a difference too. So if you play more towards the center versus the rim, there's a ton of colors in there as well. Generally, we're going to play about 2.5, 3 inches off the rim. There's a few exercises that we can do here. These exercises are meant to be done slowly, very slowly as a fundamental. It's very important to sort of reiterate fundamentals and foundation daily. I still do it. So, the first step is going to be a stroke where we're going to use 80% wrist in this stroke and 20% arm. It's important that the starting and ending height are the same and the dynamic is the same, okay? So let's say a mezzo forte, okay? Straight up and down, no direction, okay? So it'll look like this. You'll do this 20 times, each hand alternating. And go 20 times. Okay. Now we're going to do the same exercise, same criteria. We're just going to change 80% arm, 20% wrist. So the height needs to be, the starting and ending height need to be the same, but now we're going to be starting much higher because we're using more arm. It's slower because we want the same dynamic. So it's going to look like this. We can do that flat. Up. We could do either way. Next, we're going to add direction. Same exercise, 80% wrist and 80% arm. But now we're going to make our direction go a different way. Now, by direction, we're starting the stroke down and then we're moving off to the left, to the right, or maybe go forward a little bit. I use the forward one, then I'm back in position quite a bit. So we'll do, let's say, the 80% wrist, 20% arm, forward direction. It's very slight. If I didn't do the direction, it would sound like this. Direction. Okay? And you do that with the arm as well. Step 4. You're going to play 1 and 2, 80% wrist, 20% arm, 80% arm, 20% wrist. And we're going to now do piano, 20 times, mezzo forte 20 times, fortissimo. Okay? So the piano one, 80% wrist. You'll notice at the piano level, a little less arm. It's still mostly wrist, but it's probably more like 85% wrist now. If I did it loudly, a little more arm now, but it's still mostly wrist, okay? And you'll do the same thing with the arm, okay? And then the last one is you're going to change your starting and ending height so that you have different rebound, okay? So we'll do the 80% wrist, 20% arm. You're gonna start higher than you end. Now we'll do the opposite. We'll start low, we'll end high. We're gonna go a little slower for this. And you do the same thing with the arm, okay? I'm gonna play you a piece called Saeta. It's by Elliott Carter. And it's a nice piece because it uses a lot of different colors and a lot of different types of strokes in it. And the sticks get flipped around and all kinds of things. But take a look at it and try to notice that the different types of strokes that I'm using. Sometimes I'm using a big arm stroke, sometimes I'm not, sometimes I'm using all wrist, sometimes I'm low, sometimes I'm high. All kinds of, everything we talked about is in this. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, intonation. This is quite possibly one of the more or most important aspects of timpani playing because it's the thing that everyone's going to notice when they listen to you play. They're going to know if you're in tune or out of tune. What's most important here is that when you're tuning a fourth, it's a good fourth. The best thing is that you have the exact pitch, let's say an A and a D, so that A and D is a perfect fourth and the exact pitch. So it's essential to develop this, and it takes a bit of work through ear training. I have a little snippet I'm going to play for you now of how to develop that, and here it is.
Being able to execute a tuning is simply a structured process that needs to be practiced, and it starts with developing a good sense of pitch and interval recognition. You should be able to tune any interval very quickly and very accurately. Take this exercise. It starts with the letter A. The next pitch played at the piano is up a perfect fourth, then down a perfect fifth, up a major third, down a minor third, up a major sixth, down a major seventh, up a diminished fifth, up a whole step or a major second, and down a perfect fourth, which is where you started, at an A. Now, do this exercise by playing it at the piano and then singing after each note is played, like this. Ba, 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 ba. The next step is to sing first and then play it at the piano by checking. Ba, 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 ba. And then do the exercise without the piano at all. Ba, 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 ba. You could simply do these exercises daily, and you could write them out yourself. Make up an exercise. Start with any note, and then draw a set of intervals, going up or down. Sing them at the piano, and then sing them alone. Done every day, you will develop a very good sense of pitch with better accuracy, which will help you in your tuning.
Okay, so once you've done that 1,000 million times and your relative pitch is getting much better and quite good, we need to apply our intervallic expertise to tuning a timpani. So first, how do we find our pitches? Take it away. So you might be asking yourself, how am I going to find my starting pitches? Well, let's see. You could be one of those annoying people who have perfect pitch. A perfect A. But most of us aren't in that category. Next option, the ever-popular tuning fork. Yes, sirree, folks, you can pick up one of these babies anywhere where you can find tone-deaf people roaming around. It's small, it's quiet, and dead-on accurate. You can fit it right in your pocket, so it's there when you need it. So here's how it works. Just hit the forky part on your knee, then jam it in your ear. Ear, dummy, not hair. Now listen to the pitch. Then you can practice singing, or just hear and match the pitch on the drum. This is also mimicking how the orchestra tunes when the oboe gives an A. You could also use a tuner, but only to check your accuracy once you've tuned your note. I would recommend not doing the following. Using a mallet instrument to find your pitch. Using a pitch pipe. Guessing. In all seriousness, it's important to be very accurate when tuning. It's the one thing that everyone, no matter who is listening, will be able to tell if you are right or wrong. So, developing a good sense of relative pitch is important. Here are the steps I would use to tune a timpani. Step 1. Find your initial pitch. Step 2. Unlock pedal and bring the pitch to the lowest level. Step 3. Gliss up to your desired pitch using either a mallet or your finger at a soft volume. Step 4. Fine-tune your chosen note either using the pedal or the fine-tuner so that you are dead-on accurate. Step 5. Release the clutch to lock the pedal.
Couple things with all this. One, always tune quietly. No one wants to hear you tune, okay? You either get your ear down to the drum. I typically use my mallet. Some people use a finger. I like to use the thing that actually is hitting the drum. It's more accurate than the finger, to be honest. Let's say you're tuning an A and D. You've tuned your A. You used your tuning fork to do it. It's important to make sure when you're tuning your D that it is in reference to the A. Don't go back to your fork at this point. Use the A to find your D. So if I have this A, so go back and forth. That way, these two drums will be in tune with each other, okay? Once done, take 2 seconds and just take a breath, and then just tap each one, quietly. At this point, you can use your fine tuner, which is usually in the front of the drum, sometimes they're back here, and edge the pitch up or down a little bit, okay? Once you get comfortable with accuracy and moving the pedals, and it's just a matter of how far you want to take this. Really, pretty much anything is possible on timpani, almost everything. I mean, obviously you can't play that kind of stuff. It's a big instrument. But you can play, you know, quite a few different types of melodies, and you know, you can get very complicated with it. You can use more drums. So here's a little snippet that I just did a little while ago. And, well, it explains itself. So now rhythm. Strong sense of rhythm or pulse or feel is vital for any musician, but as a drummers, you better be on your A game with this part of it. Everyone's expecting all of us drummers to have very solid rhythm, and we should. Good way to develop this is to combine our voice and our limbs. Here's a couple exercises for that. So using our voice with our limbs is an important tool to be able to do, and will help with your rhythmic stability. I use these South Indian syllables because they're one, easier to say, and they roll off the tongue a little bit better, and they're a good rhythmical ictus. We're going to do a 3 pattern, and we'll start by just repeating the syllable ta, ki, ta. And you repeat it, ta-ki-ta, 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 right? We can first do a specific rhythm, and we're gonna clap on the tas. So we'll have ta-ki-ta, 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 ta, right? So another good tool to have is to be able to use the feet while we're doing this clapping with our hands. So we could
walk with our ta, ki, tas. So we're going to step out on every ta. So we're going to go ta, ki, ta, ki. Now we add the clapping. Ta, ki, ta, ki, ta, ki, ta, right? Easy enough. Everything is lined up. So it's just to get that sense. And then we can start to do different rhythmic permutations along with that. So that could look something like this. Ta, ki, 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 right? Then you can just sort of mix it up. Right? So it'll help sort of stabilize your rhythmic impulse and get your time a little bit more solid, perhaps. Once we have the 3-syllable, obviously there's more than just threes, you can use taka for 2, taka di mi for 4. So we have taka, takita, takadimi, right? So if we apply that to an excerpt where we can practice our counting, we can use Beethoven 9, the end of the first movement, the coda. It has a lot of space at the beginning between the notes, so it's important to have sort of a good rhythmic impulse. So we can use takas, we can use takadimis. There are 30-second notes in this. And so for those, instead of takadimi, 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 we can use an 8 pattern, which is nagatari kitataka. Nagatari kitataka. Nagatari kitataka, nagatari kitataka, nagatari kitataka. So you could say it pretty quick. And we can use that when the 30-second note permutations happen in that excerpt. And so it would look something like this. I'm going to play this softer so that you can hear the vocalizations more clearly throughout. So I'm not going to really play the dynamics. So with this Beethoven excerpt, it's obviously very generic. Well, this is just to work on the rhythmic part of it. So ultimately, once we've mastered the metronomic part of this, we ultimately want to convey the overall musical phrasing. So instead of merely counting in time, you can start singing the relevant musical situation. So with an excerpt possibly like Bartók Concerto for Orchestra, the 4th movement, it's a big sort of tuning excerpt. While you're tuning, though, there's a melody going on, or while you're playing, you're basically playing this accompaniment figure, you and the harp. The violas have the melody, which I'll show you. And it would be good if you were able to sing the viola part while you're playing the timpani part. So, la, si, do, re, mi, fa, mi, re, do, si, la, fa, and so forth. Singing that while you're playing is a good tool. To add the rhythmical element, though, you could just repeat the longer note so that you keep the 8th note pulse happening. So it'll sound like so, la, si, do, re, mi, fa, mi, re, do, si, la, fa, fa. So, la, si, do, re, mi, fa, so, la, re, si, mi, do, la, so. Right? So, here's what it looks like when you play the part while you sing. So, la, si, do, re, mi, fa, mi, re, So our last topic is character or personality or musicality. This is sort of the icing on the cake when all the other aspects that we've talked about are in place. There is a pecking order here though. You can't go to this step unless all the other steps are really in place. I mean, you can, but you really should be fundamentally and technically sound before you really start diving into character. You can have certain things trump other things, meaning, let's say you have a great musical idea. It's a really fantastic way to play this thing, but intonation isn't that good. So you're out. Even though this musical idea is great, you've got to make sure that the other aspects are there. Plus, there's, on top of the 4 things that we talked about, the stroke, grip, intonation, rhythm, there's about 20 other things that we didn't talk about just because we don't have time. Rolling, muffling, cross-sticking, shifting, all this other stuff. So that's why it's important to really, spend a good amount of time with a teacher that you trust. As far as character goes though, once you get to that point, it is my judgment that I've noticed that, the greatest musicians end up making their musical personality through very subtle nuances that make musical sense. It's just a little bit of a placement of a note maybe, or it's just a little bit of a color change that fits the personality or fits the musical idea that they've set up. A good way to think about this though is, let's say you're talking about a certain excerpt in a certain piece. Let's say Mozart 39, the very beginning. Assign a word that you feel is the emotion behind what you're playing. And that word could be noble. But a really good way to sort of do this is to be able to sing the excerpt first, before you play it, with that word in mind. So noble. Ba, 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 ba. My voice is trying to create that emotion or that word. Something that, the way you want people to feel from how you play this thing. Sometimes it can be a word that metamorphosizes into another word, or it could be 2 words, perhaps. A good excerpt that I'll show you is a little part of Shostakovich Symphony No. 1, and there's a section in there that is a timpani cadenza, which doesn't happen hardly ever. The way I think of this is there's a big build-up in the orchestra, and then the timpani plays. And it starts as if a very proud, bold soldier, like Russian, when I start that solo. And then it's a particular little theme. Dum, ba, ba, bum, 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 right? And then it's played again, but not quite as loud. And so I picture the soldier losing all his faith. He's a little bit beaten, like, he's not what he thought he was. And then it's played again very softly. And at this point, I picture the soldier almost dying. It's like he's been defeated, like ultimately defeated in every aspect of the word. And so when I play it, you don't just play this theme played sort of the same way at 3 different dynamics, but you can color the notes a lot more. You can do quite a bit with this. We actually did it in concert a few different times, so you're going to see the actual performance of it, and I hope you enjoy it. We can talk a little bit after this. I hope you enjoyed all of this. I know it's a lot to take in. Timpani is a great instrument. It's the backbone of the orchestra. I've really enjoyed playing it. It's really the instrument that I love. I hope you will spend some time with it as well, and certainly contact me. You can do it through my website, timjennis.com, in the contact page, anytime with any questions. And thank you very much for coming.
Oops, wait a minute. I don't have any sound.
Wow. There. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Awesome. Tim Jennis, it is quite an honor, sir, to be able to have you present a clinic at Valley Percussion Festival. And
We've been trying to do this for years.
yes, we have, right? And I was mentioning this to our viewers that a lot of what they're seeing this year, actually, the ball started to roll 4, 5, 6 years ago.
Yeah, it's been forever.
Yes, and we've been trying to get you to come down to do a live one, which we need to, sir. We need to.
We will
You know-
will keep trying. It's scheduling is always tough, but I really would like to come. I love Texas, so I mean, I want to do it.
and FYI, sir, you whenever people approach me as far as like who they would like to see in the live event, your name comes up a lot.
That's hard to believe.
Sir, no, it's no coincidence.
No, but thank you. I
Um,
appreciate it. But you really deserve most of the credit here. I mean, it's unbelievable what you've done with putting this whole thing together. It's great. Absolutely.
We've had this conversation in the past, you and I, right?
Yeah.
And sir, this event is a huge success, and it's gotten a lot of hype worldwide. Literally,
Yeah, it
people
deserves
from
it.
all over the world.
It's
Yes.
great. I mean, the amount of people you got, and it's we're all doing it for we're all volunteering. It's worth it, So,
But what has made it successful, sir, is you guys. I mean, you guys are the rock stars. You guys are the ones that are doing this at a very high level, world class level, and that's what's gotten a lot of the attention. Thank you for the props, but like I said, I only invited you. That's all I did. You had to prepare a clinic.
well, you had to put it all together, so that's a lot of work.
We have a question, sir, from Flams.
Yeah.
Mr. Rangel, wow, where can I find this full performance?
It's actually that particular performance is something that the BSO had on their website, which is bso.org, and it was they did a subscription only. You had to buy into the subscription, and then you get all our concerts. We did all streaming concerts for this whole year. We didn't play live at all, and that was one of the concerts. So I just grabbed a snippet of it, and so I don't think it's actually technically available because I don't even have it. I just have that part that they just gave it to me because I needed it for this clinic. So unfortunately, it's only through the BSO website, and I don't think it's even up at this point. It was up during a month or so. So unfortunately, but come see us live. We're starting back up at Tanglewood in July. So we'll actually be playing for live audiences finally. So it's a long time coming. We need it.
Sir, really quick,
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about Tanglewood. We have a lot of amazing, talented young percussionists here in the state of Texas, and particularly here in our neck of the woods, South Texas. Amazing kids. Reach out to them. Tell them about Tanglewood, please.
Well, Tanglewood is the summer home of the Boston Symphony, and what's great about it is that is mainly a learning institution. I mean, we play concerts Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for very big audiences, and but there's a high school program called the Boston University Tanglewood Institute, which I have run with other guys in the orchestra, and then there's a college program which is the Tanglewood Fellowship program, and that is for it's actually available for any age, but usually it's like 21-year-olds, 23-year-olds. But you see young guys, super talented people. You have to be very talented, and it's very competitive, and there's hundreds of people who audition.
But anybody can audition. I had to audition 3 times before I got in. And it's basically a professional orchestra, and you play concerts through the year. You get all the great conductors come and conduct you like they conduct us. Like Andres, the conductor you saw for the Shostakovich, is one of them. He's our music director. But you get, Christoph von Dochnani, Kurt Masur when he was alive, and all the great conductors. So you're playing in the orchestra. You're also getting clinics from us all the time. There's guest clinics that come in. You're doing chamber music. It's loaded with music, and also it's great fun. It's a beautiful part of the country during the summer months, and there's lakes and there's all kinds of activities you can do on top of music. So it's something that I did the high school program when I was 17. I did the college program as well. And so it's a lot of people who have gone to that end up playing in orchestras. I mean, not everyone, obviously, but a lot do. So it's a great thing.
Wow, it's a great trampoline and a great starting point in their overall music program. Because I by the success of like you, for example, and many others that you've mentioned, I can foresee that just about the great majority of the people that go there end up having success wherever they go to a high degree.
Yeah, they really prepare you for a classical orchestral career, so to speak. But there's new music and all that other stuff in there as well. So it's nice. I would imagine it's going to branch out more and more through the years. There's probably going to be a jazz program eventually. There's probably going to be that seems to be the way things are going.
Yes.
So, but it's been going for years. It's been going for 30, 40 years or so at this point. So,
nice. Well, sir, thank you so much. Before we go into our next segment, is there anything you would like to share with the youth that is watching us now?
Well, I would say, if you're interested in percussion, do it because you love it. And if it's something that you like to do, when I was a kid, I liked doing it, so I just did it all the time. And I can't think of anything better to do than something that you love as a career, because I don't think of this as a job. I think of this as just something that I love to do. So, if it's something, whether it's music or whether it's anything, just do what you love, find what you love, and work really hard at it. Spend hours and hours. I used to practice 14 hours a day when I was in college. I mean, I would get up at 4 a.m. and I would go to bed at, I got no sleep. But at one point in your life, you're going to have to work your butt off to do what you really love. If you want to be really good at it, you're going to have to do that for a portion of your life. And then once you've mastered it, you won't have to practice 14 hours. But I mean, I don't practice like that anymore. I can't. I have a family and all this other stuff. But when you're young, when you're in college, when you're in high school, the sooner you do it, the gravy will come in later. So it's work really hard at it and do what you love, and then you'll have a happy life, hopefully.
Yes.
I'm certainly happy in my life. I love doing this stuff, and I love educating people, and I love playing. So there you have it.
Every day you wake up with, I want to go and go after this day, I imagine, sir.
Yeah, I want to do something that I like to do, whatever it is. And, that's how all these great players that you've got, in this, they've all done the same thing. They work really hard, and that's why they're where they are. And anybody can do it. Anybody can do it.
Across the board.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So thank you, Gilbert. I really appreciate you throwing this and how well you did it. And you deserve, tons of accolades for this. So
No,
keep it
sir.
up.
No. Thank you so much. It's fun. Thank you for participating, and it's. I mean, we just saw it. Very juicy, very loaded with juicy material, top to bottom.
Oh,
thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
And that, well, guys, there is a gentleman that wants to share a word with you leading into the next performance. Let's take a look.
Hello everybody, Tom Burritt here, University of Texas. On my daily walk with my best bud here, Fitz. There he is. Say hi, Fitz. Anyway, I'm super happy to be a part of the Valley Percussion Festival. This has been such a difficult time for everybody. And while I've been somewhat insulated and protected with my privilege in my position, I know others have not been so fortunate. I am, however, really thinking about a lot right now as we come out of this thing. What is art going to look like? What is being a musician? What is our role as musicians and performers as we emerge from this insane year and a half or so? That's something I'm very, very much seeking into at the moment. And, one of the things that I love about this festival is that we're seeing so many artists freely giving of themselves. The work of Gilbert and putting this together freely. We're finding depths of giving back that maybe we've never seen before. And I just love that so much. So this video you're about to see was made in late October during some really bad times. We were still able to do some work, thankfully. It just felt right to continue trying to do something. And with this piece, we're really exploring the full range. Elysium Infernum literally means from heaven to hell. And with the bell tolling, so beautifully written by Cy Miesler, a student who just graduated with his doctorate here, we're really asking just lots of questions. What is it going to take for us to emerge? What are we going to do with these issues in our society that are really problematic? How are we going to come together in unity? So as you watch this, understand that as artists, you have the power to seek into these questions, to play into these questions, to really lead society to a place of helping them remember what it is to be human, healing, all these things that artists have had the responsibility for, maybe even for so long, since the beginning of time. It's why we do what we do. And so if you're watching this, you're an artist. You are valued. You are needed. So thank you. It's such a thrill and an honor to be involved in this. We hope you enjoy the performance.
Wow. Beautiful performance, huh? Beautiful performance. Up next, um, we've been talking throughout the day today, throughout our stream, throughout our VPF 2021 final day 3, how some of this that we're experiencing and that we're watching actually, took years in the making. This is another great example coming up next. Seven Antonopoulos, he was actually overseas uh, uh, years ago when we started to talk about this, and we just kept, back and forth, trying to make it happen. And finally, he's back in the States, and we were able to connect and make it happen. Guys, the level of showmanship on this gentleman and his groove and his pocket while doing all this, let's call them acrobatics or, world-class showmanship while he's playing is off the charts. Unbelievable. You are going to learn some really neat stuff, and you will definitely be inspired. So, enough about my jibber jabber. Seven Antonopoulos.
Hey all, this is Seven Antonopoulos coming at you from Studio 74 here in Dallas, Texas. Welcome to my portion of the Valley Percussion Festival 2021. I'd like to start off by thanking Gilbert Garcia for inviting me to be part of this. A lot of my friends, a lot of amazing artists that I'm just so honored and humbled to be part of this. I'd like to thank my friends right now at DW Drums, Sabian Cymbals, Aquarian Drumheads, Vickfirth Drumsticks, Drum Tacks, and Sympads for their continued support, and as always, it's much appreciated. During this segment, we're going to be covering some performance considerations. I'm going to be running through some tracks from the various bands that I've played with in my career, and later on, we'll be discussing something I get asked about a lot, and it's performance enhancement. So this first track is Bullet and a Name from Brand New Machine, band I started playing with back in 2013. This track's really fun to play. It's got this really cool kind of bell thing, and anytime you have just syncopated toms going on, it's always fun. Check it out. next track is called My Destiny from a band Leaves Eyes that I played with 2009 and 10. This song's a great example of how just play for the song. This band was like a, symphonic metal band. Lots of vocals going on, lots of kind of orchestral stuff. So I'm proud of the work I did with this band, and a lot of it was just kind of laying it down, being aggressive when you need to, and, playing for the song. So check it out. This next track is from Opiate for the Masses. It's a song called Hold On. I had a blast tracking this, even though it seems like forever ago that we did that record. But it was produced by Ulrich Wild and John Travis, and it's really just a perfect example of probably why I annoy a lot of my bandmates. It's all crashes. And that 20-inch AA rock crash It's pretty present in this song. But yeah, I was in Opiate for the Masses for 4 years, huge part of my career. And this song was off an album called Manifesto. And check it out. This last track is Blood Letters from the album Exit Humanity. The band is Channel Zero, my current band. My guitar player, Mikey Doling, lives in Los Angeles. He was a founding member of Snot, Soulfly. I live here in Dallas. The band is based in Brussels, Belgium. I've been with this band for 7 years. This is a really fun track to play. Could be controversial lyrical content, but I'm really proud of the work that I've been able to do with Channel Zero for the last 7 years. And yeah, this is a great example of kind of the songwriting process for this band. So check it out. Hey y'all, we're going to be looking at some performance considerations or enhancement, as we said earlier. That was a pretty funny joke. I actually would like to preface this with, anytime we're talking about showmanship, adding something visually to a live show, I think it's fun. I enjoy it. All my favorite bands growing up, that was an element of the live shows that I really loved. But our job as drummers is to keep time and to be solid. And to, regardless of the genre, we are the timekeeper, and that is the most important thing. Everything else is kind of just, it's icing on the cake. And depending on the genre of music, there's a lot of opportunities to kind of bring in a visual element. Before we actually go over some of these individual tricks, I would say that just brass tacks, when you're playing, we have to cover every note. So the way I look at it is I actually break up tricks into time. So if you're playing quarter notes on the hat, for example, and you're going to have to cover that note that your left hand is doing something or your right hand is doing something. So learning how to lead with your left, and even on the ride, same thing, crossing over, or leading with your right on your right, leading with your left, and then being able to cross over. That's really important if you're gonna actually kind of implement some of these visual aspects. I don't even have to play, but it's like this. You know what I mean? You are literally covering that note, or if you're on the ride, or on a crash, or whatever it is. And that, if you can do that, then all the other accoutrements and throws and spins and all the stuff that we're going to cover, it's not possible unless you're covering that note, as far as I'm concerned. So let's just, I'll give you an example, and we'll start like completely simple and without any tricks, just being able to cover those notes and what that actually kind of looks like, what it feels like, and then we'll just say, the raise the hand trick, the whole, you're in an arena and you've seen the drummers come up like this. It looks great. It's awesome. But it's one of the first things that's visual that I would suggest to younger players. That's like, before you start wanting to do any crazy stuff, let's just start with actually covering those notes. So this is what that would kind of look like or sound like. Okay, guys, that being said, the first trick that pretty much any of us know or that we learn after the, raise your hands. This one, a lot of people just call it the cheater thing. I never looked at it as a cheater thing. I always called it the Tommy Lee because he was the first visual drummer that I remember seeing when I was 10 years old. So this trick is basically this one. It's awesome. Any way you slice it, you're in an arena, you're in a club. It's the first one that comes to mind when it comes to stick tricks. So basically, you're here, like so, and I've seen it taught a couple different ways. I would teach it kind of just like this way, like you just want to be able to kind of get that dexterity in your forefinger, and just kind of, eventually, it will start to rotate. Now, I know friends, and I have friends that can rotate both directions. I can't do that. I do one hand, one direction when it comes to this particular trick. I wish I had that. I mean, Randy Castillo could just blast both hands up. It was amazing. And Mike Tirana still does that a lot. He's amazing as well. But anyway, this one here, one thing to keep in mind though, I've seen Chip Ritter talk about this. It's something to keep in mind when you're doing this particular Tommy Lee trick or whatever I call it. Know your audience. So this looks good, right? But then on the side, a little awkward, a little weird. So when it comes to that, that's that one. And yeah, moving on. Next stick trick, or thing, is one that I learned in when I started working on practice pads in middle school, doing, the Stones book and the 13 Essential Rudiments and all that kind of stuff. And it was something that I had seen, in drum lines and stuff. So this one just looks great, and I know guys, I know guys that can go forward and backward. I can only go, but when you do it together, it's really cool, really visual, especially if you're kind of like on the floor toms or something. You're over here, you're on the hat, and this one, it's kind of strange because it's not really, like let's say a half twirl like the Tommy Lee style, but the half, this one actually goes through every finger. So you start off, I don't know if you guys can see this, but you start off with the stick here, and what we're going to do is literally come behind 1, 2, 3, and then around the horn. Now Ray Lazier does it where he goes through his pinky, because he's insane. It's very difficult to go through your pinky, and I've never actually I've tried it a few times, of course, never tried it live, but this one is neat, and it really does just help with your ambidextrous type skills, and I just kind of, it's really cool. It looks great. And when you're coming on the, you're coming down on the snare, or you're coming up, there's many different ways to kind of implement it. You could even kind of do this kind of side saddle thing on the other side, and to do it together. This one's really cool, and especially when you're kind of coming on the hat, and then you just start implementing that, coming down like so. Boom, da, da, you know what I mean? Quarter notes, or even 16ths. Next element of showmanship that I love and that I've been utilizing for years is what we call big arms. And I know that sounds strange, but it's I remember being 14 years old, first time I was in a club in Dallas, Texas, and got to see Shannon Larkin. So yeah, the GOAT. And this whole thing, this big arm thing, it was no spins, nothing like that. It was just, instead of just playing this, he was covering that other note and bringing stuff up, and then it turned into like a punching bag. And that's with the crash, you know what I mean? That turns into other kind of variations of that. Like, Steve Moore, that dude has his windmill, I mean, it is bestial. And there's a lot of amazing drummers out there, and everybody kind of has their own take. But the big arm thing, it's basically just that. You're just exaggerating every single motion that you're doing. And it's fun, doesn't really, some situations it can be too much, but I enjoy it, and I think it's fun. The next element of showmanship is something that, well, it's practical, because sometimes it just needs, the song calls for it, but it's the whole cymbal clutch thing. And, being able to hit the cymbal and clutch it down. A lot of cool times, you can do the thing, you can fist punch, hitting it, punching, that kind of thing works really well. Of course, man, when you're playing, these gigantic crashes, it is kind of cool. You can come down, you can implement some of the stuff that we've been talking about previously, and when you're hitting crashes, I mean, you can hit it here, you can come up from the bottom, you can sideswipe stuff, and any kind of visual element is going to be just something that if you enjoy it, and the audience might as well. Okay, this last one is one that, I mean, when I first learned it, I implemented it a lot, maybe too much. And it's basically the old standard, old glory, It's that. It's not much more than that. It's literally that. You're holding and you toss. However many rotations is how, you know, how high you want to go, how risky you're feeling, but it's basically forward and it's backward. Forward and back. And, you know, I would just sit, all the things that we've been talking about, man, I'll just sit on the couch sometimes if I'm watching TV, if I'm watching a movie. Of course, you know, your legs get bruised up. But yeah, all this kind of fun stuff is just, you know, a lot of times it's muscle memory. But this one, this is just a standard issue flip. But, I mean, as simple as it is, to execute it in a precise way, and when you see, like you will later on this afternoon, you'll see guys like Ray Luzier that do it 20 feet in the air. It's impressive and it's fun and it adds a really cool visual element. But this is one of my favorite ones because when you're playing kind of fast stuff, it actually, you know, to get there and then come back and make it, you know, it just adds a cool element. The last element of showmanship is just have fun. Some of my favorite drummers maybe don't do a lot of tricks or anything, but they just beat the hell out of their kit. Whether it's guys like Dave Grohl or Aaron Gillespie or just bashers, you know what I mean? And I've always been drawn to that kind of playing, and I know that I implement it myself. So have fun. You know, all this stuff is icing on the cake. Most important thing is to be solid. So with that, I'll give you guys a couple examples of everything we've covered. Hey y'all, thank you for joining me today for the Valley Percussion Festival 2021. Again, thank you to Gilbert Garcia for organizing this event and bringing together so many amazing artists and musicians. If you kind of dig what you hear today, I'm on all the social platforms, the Instagrams, the Facebooks, the YouTubes. And yeah, you guys stay safe out there. Keep hitting them things. And be sure to check out the Metal Wine Guide. I launched a YouTube channel, talks about canned wine and me and my rock and roll friends basically hanging out at vineyards. So it is the Metal Wine Guide on YouTube. See y'all.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes, this just became a commercial.
Yeah, man, it's a little bit, dude, I'm in my car, man. I'm out running errands today. And it's a gloomy day in Dallas, Texas. But yeah, I think there might be some latency with my signal. But
it was.
Yeah, how are you, bro?
Now it seems to be. I am doing great, man. Likewise. It's all my honor, brother. Man, you had been overseas for a long time, and this is.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
very happy, very proud to say this is your debut coming back to the States. Am I correct?
Yeah, well, yeah, man. I mean, 2019, I was out with a band called Visto Blanco. I was filling in for Sean, their drummer. He had previous commitment. And that's Calico Cooper's band, Alice Cooper's oldest daughter, with Chuck Garrick from Alice's band. So 2019, I did that, toured with them. We were out in arenas with Hailstorm. And that was fun, you know. But you're right. I've been in Channel Zero for 7 years. I lived in Stockholm, Sweden for 10 years. And you know, had some personal stuff happen in late 2019, and yeah, ended up getting divorced, moving back home. Everybody goes home eventually, but
yes,
things, you know, 2020. What are you gonna do? We can't give up, right? So
exactly. exactly, man. What a clinic, man, and your
Oh,
showmanship
thank you, man.
from day
I'm
one.
rusty, bro. I'm rusty. To be honest, man, I
Man,
didn't hit it so much in 2020 because, with channel, we do festivals. That's what we do. That's our tour cycle. We do festivals. We do, and But I appreciate you having me, man. And again, I mean, a lot of people have mentioned it today, but the fact that you can bring so many amazing people together, and everybody's doing it out of just love for each other and for the drumming community, writ large. And you're the man, bro. I appreciate it, man. I can't thank you enough for bringing us all together.
well,
Oh,
it has been
cheers to
fun.
that
Thank
with
you.
coffee.
Absolutely. Um, thank you so much for the props, man. But it really, and I've been talking with some of the other clinicians, and the event has been such a success because of you guys. I mean, you guys, in your case, you're literally the rock star. You know what I mean?
I guess.
And
I
people
mean, come
want
on.
to see
We're
you.
all working. Yeah.
People want to see you, and then when you are
Yeah.
able to like all come together in one, I mean, what's gonna happen? People are gonna want to come and see, and that's what you guys, with your amazing clinics and your beautiful attitudes of wanting to give, and all I did was mention it, and you're like, okay, when, what do we do,
Yeah.
what are we gonna do, right? So that's beautiful, man.
Yeah. And I had spoke to Ray actually. I called Ray a couple weeks ago or a few weeks ago after I spoke to you, and I was like, hey man, we're doing the same day. This is amazing. And I've known Ray
Yes.
for many years, and we did PASIC together actually in 2008.
Oh, wow.
And you guys are in for a treat, believe me, because his performance is coming up. It's insane. But yeah, man, again, just more props. And um, the segment before mine, uh, when those words were said about how difficult 2020 has been. I mean, and you and I spoke about it at length. Something like this, where it gives, you know what I mean? Like I even texted you. I said, look, man, this is the first thing. It's the first time I felt like I've played with purpose in a year.
Yes.
And that's heavy duty. It's you know, it's hard not to define yourself in certain ways, and especially for me as a person, it was always touring, and I'm a drummer. That's what I do. Kind of defines who I am, and you identify yourself with that. And then when that's taken away, you start questioning things. You start questioning your worth. You start, and I'm not going to get so deep and philosophical about things, but opportunities like this, like, hey, we all love drums. We're all in the same boat. Everybody's dealing with this global thing, and I'm just man, I feel blessed. I feel very very humbled and honored to be part of this. And it's been mentioned too. Everybody everybody's doing this because they love it. Everybody
Mhm.
is chips all in, so to speak. So
Absolutely. Absolutely, man.
I'm in.
What a way to wrap up final day 3 morning segment. Couldn't think of anybody better than you, brother.
Oh,
I,
thank you,
I,
man. Well,
I've told you in
more
the
events to come.
yes, yes, we have been talking about it, right? And there's some more in store. Um, and we're talking about post VPF 2021, other projects, and you're going to be
Yes,
seeing
sir.
some lessons. You're going to be seeing more of Seven and many other artists that we already have commitments with, and we've agreed to do some footage and upload, guys, for you. It is going to be pretty neat, pretty interesting. You don't want to miss it. Make sure that you follow our social pages, Instagram,
Yes, sir.
Facebook, Valley Percussion Festival, and the G Drums channel in YouTube, so you can be aware of what's coming up. Anton, Seven Antonopoulos, brother, thank you so much. Uh,
Can't thank you
this
guys
was
enough.
amazing, and this is your home, brother. We need to bring you down in
I
person.
love it. We're in Texas. There's a thing.
Yes,
We are Texans.
yes,
So
yes.
good things to come. And again, thank you so much. And thank you to all my fellow musicians and drummers uh, for making this happen. And again, thank you so much for allowing me to be part of it.
brother. Thank you so much. So, what do you say if you wrap up this morning segment for us with something for our viewers?
Something. Well, the only thing, the only advice. It's not even advice. I mean, like I said earlier, just don't give up. We're gonna get through this thing, and drums have literally saved my life, literally and figuratively. And I think that this could be, as long as you can keep that kind of positive mindset and just I don't know, man. I'm kind of at a loss, dude. But it's
Yes.
yeah, just keep playing.
Well,
I mean, that's
you
the
just
easiest, most simple answer is just keep playing.
keep
Everything
playing.
will work out.
Yeah.
Yep.
One thing that I
And
tell my
man,
students
Gilbert,
when
thank you
they're
so much, bro.
thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. But we definitely got to bring you down. We got to have some Mexican food. Clinicians,
I'm
when they
down.
come down here, that's what they rave. They
Yeah.
keep telling me I need to go back because I need to have some
South
more of that
Texas
food.
Mexican food, there's nothing like it. I'm with you on that.
Yes.
I am with you on
Well,
that.
Seven, thank you so much. Ladies and
Okay,
gentlemen,
brother.
this has been
I appreciate it.
VPF.
Love all y'all. Thank you.
This has been VPF 2021 final day 3 morning segment. Peace.
Thank you so much.